Hi, I'm Rocky Bleier. You know, as a veteran and former NFL athlete, I know staying healthy and partnering with your doctor is important. That's why UPMC for Life offers 5-star Medicare Advantage plans that provide excellent dental, vision, hearing, and prescription benefits. The UPMC for Life Flex Spend Card gives you up to $1,000 additional dollars for your health care. Your healthcare dollars, your choice. Get in the game. Call today for free information.
Rudders is made for you. Order ahead with our mobile app. We are your morning stop. Your quick lunch break. Your last-minute dinner plans. And your late-night snack. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
Today, there may be feelings of despair, anxiousness, or maybe it's even become worse.
Relationships seem unattainable, unrealistic, and the light at the end of the tunnel, that burned out a long time ago.
But tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow could bring hope.
Check.
Hope in your situation.
Tomorrow could bring healing.
Healing within yourself and the relationships you share.
And tomorrow could bring wholeness.
Wholeness to the person you are, and wholeness to the life you experience.
Let's take a step toward tomorrow
by seeking help today. At WellSpan Philhaven, we want to help you live a well-balanced life.
Our more than 300 highly credentialed therapists and doctors care for the whole person.
Mentally, physically, and spiritually.
For over 65 years, WellSpan Philhaven has provided a safe place for people facing behavioral and mental health challenges.
As part of WellSpan Health, WellSpan Philhaven will continue to provide patient-centered care in new and better ways. With more than 27 locations in Dauphin, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Adams counties, we're here to help you find hope, healing, and wholeness.
Together.
Today.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. 2024 Groft Charity Classic. We had a great day of tennis yesterday. For those of you that may or may not have been tuned in, but we are now to the semifinal round, and we have two outstanding matches here to kick off the morning. It's a very hot and humid day here at the Country Club of York. Just real quickly, the Groft Charity Classic benefits the York Opioid Collaborative. We hope that some of you will consider donating. You can do so on the Groft Charity Classic website. There's a donate button on there, and we hope you will consider that, those of you that are watching our action here this morning. I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Mark Wheeler. It's been a great privilege for me to work with him over the last, I believe it's 4 years, doing the broadcast of the Charity Classic via YouTube. And Mark will set the stage here for the first match that we're going to be showing you here this morning. Mark?
Thanks, Bill, and good morning, everyone. Again, welcome to the 10th Annual Groft Charity Classic here at the Country Club of York. Open to the public. Please come out and watch. We have 2 rounds to get through today, 3 total matches, 2 semifinals, and then a final. For this first match that we're going to be viewing, as Bill mentioned yesterday, a strong local flavor. 3 of the 4 players reside in York. We have our defending champions and 4-time overall champions on court, Holden Coons and his partner Elizabeth Scotty. Holden is a Dallastown High School graduate, also a graduate of James Madison University, and then last year took his COVID year and spent that at Wake Forest University and had an unbelievable year, both personally and as a team. Elizabeth Scotty is a graduate of North Carolina University, a multi-time winner. Again, the accolades for both Holden and Elizabeth at an individual level and at a team level are too numerous to mention, but they are the defending champions of this tournament, 4-time overall. On the other side of the court in the semifinal, they're going to be opposing Phil Myers, local business owner. He owns the Wisehaven Tennis Center, played his collegiate tennis at York College. His partner is Elizabeth Ionescu, a significantly and very fast-rising junior player in the country, 16 years old. And again, already drawing lots of different accolades. She's won a Golden Ball already. She's currently ranked 3rd in the nation for 18U. She's beaten some very top-level players, and as we saw yesterday, Bill, more than accounting for herself, she was, I believe, the best player on the court both matches that she played yesterday with Phil. So we're going to kick this first semifinal off. They're going to get ready to get started here in a moment. I'll hand it back off to Bill. The second semifinal is going to kick off around 9:30. Maybe it looks like maybe a little bit later. One team has just arrived and is going through some warm-ups. And we'll keep you posted on that match as well, and we'll give you the particulars of who those players are. So, Bill, here we go. As you commented, the other thing I would emphasize versus yesterday, we started the day with cloud cover and a relatively reasonable weather pattern in the morning. Not so today. Clear. I do not currently see a cloud. Very hot and humid, and here we go.
And here, Mark, they've chosen to let Phil Myers serve first. Always a decision on, again, we've talked about it at length, but, you know, whether or not the male player will serve first or the female player, they've chosen to do it with the male player. And nice return there by Holden. Elizabeth steps in very nicely, takes the forehand volley off of Phil's initial serve and volley, and volleys it really away. So we're at love 15, first game of the match. You know, Mark, we'll just touch real quickly, expand on a little bit. Holden had the opportunity this year. Wake Forest actually went to the Final Four of the team competition. Also, him and his partner were ranked number 1 in NCAA at a good hunk of the season, and he just had an outstanding year down there. We'll have this point. I'll talk a little bit about Elizabeth as well. We're at love 30, so immediately here, Phil's getting into a little bit of a hole here on his serve. They don't want to fall down a break here early. One of the things that I would have noted coming into this match, Mark, is that I think that Holden and Elizabeth are the superior serving team. So they don't want to get down a break here because I think it's going to be more difficult for them to break Holden and Elizabeth. Good serve there by Phil.
Yeah, great serve there, Bill. You're absolutely right, and you touched on another point earlier we talked about yesterday. Elizabeth served first in that second match they had yesterday, so interesting that they decided to go back to Phil first here. Also interesting that they chose to serve first versus deferring that option.
Another good serve, but a great return there by Elizabeth right at Phil's feet.
We've seen over the years, Bill, too, Elizabeth being such a very strong female player. Her 2 returns already have won 2 of the 3 points for her team. And 1540, we've got a break point right out of the gate, Bill, 2 of them.
I look for Holden really to try to get into this return. There's a nice serve by Phil, but again, he fails to convert that volley, and we have a break there that went pretty quickly. So,
yeah, it's a really good serve again, but as you had said, a really good return from Holden as well. Took him into the middle of the court, but it did take him towards his favored forehand. And Phil netted 3 volleys there. Again, not the start that they were looking for, but we're just getting early going here, first game, but we have a break right out of the gate.
And Mark, it's our first look here at the defending champions, and certainly they're a formidable pair. I alluded to earlier, Elizabeth, she's had a tremendous career at the University of North Carolina, played on some outstanding teams, national champions. She's been an All-American, won an NCAA doubles championship, so she is very formidable in a mixed doubles type competition. She's tall, she's lanky, she hits the ball hard, and she understands the doubles game. So that makes the two of them very, very difficult to beat. Looks like they're going to have Holden's, kick off and serve, and this will be our first look at Holden in a service game. They're going to a little bit of an Australian type setup, and Elizabeth at 6 feet, she's going to go one way or the other. She's got tremendous reach and a very skilled volleyer, as you could see from that first point mark.
We talked yesterday, Bill, a lot during some of the matches, the pressure that the net person can put on the receiving or the returning team. And right out of the gate, to your point, Bill, point one, we see Elizabeth moving almost Australian, maybe a modified Australian. Phil, and with Holden's serve being so strong, it just is going to afford a lot of opportunities for Elizabeth at the net.
Yeah.
And you touched on it earlier, breaking either one of those folks is really going to be difficult, we would assume.
You can see Elizabeth crouched at net, and the receiving person does not know which way she's going to go. That on top of dealing with Holden's serve, makes things very difficult. They're a double fault. We're at 15 all. On the second game.
There's just so much pressure. We're sitting on the same side as the returners. We see the velocity of those serves, and then you have Elizabeth sitting right there at the net, just waiting to pick off whatever's coming. It's a challenge.
Yeah, and it's not only the velocity, it's the spin that he puts on the ball. So
after this point, talk a little bit about that spin. Am I better off moving further back, or am I better off trying to catch that closer? I see both Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu staying more right on that baseline. Talk briefly about the pros and cons of trying to return a serve, whether I should catch it before it goes too far or moving further back. We see on the pro ranks a lot of folks move further back.
Now you see Elizabeth, she's back a good 2 steps of where we saw her yesterday. Unless Holden is going to try to hit a kick serve, you might want to take a step back. His serve is going to get into the box a lot more quickly. And if you're back a little bit, you're going to be okay. It's, his serve's coming quickly. It makes it harder for him to close the net on a serve and volley type situation.
The other thing that affords him the advantage, obviously an unbelievably skilled player, but he's also left-handed, and not something Elizabeth Phil probably see a lot of. They play a lot of matches. They certainly see left-handers, but maybe not with the skill of Holden.
Yeah.
And now we've got an ace and a very easy hold for Coons and Scotty. They consolidate the break, and we're out to a quick start of 2-0 for the defending champs.
And immediately the pressure is on Phil and Elizabeth. We'll see here, we noted yesterday how much Elizabeth's serve has improved, since we last saw her last year. I mean, she is really an outstanding young player. So far, Coons and Scotty have been pretty much dominating the action. This will get her more involved. And Holden right away, as I indicated, is really hitting the ball hard. I think as you're Wake Forest, they've really encouraged him to hit the ball harder. And, that's evident in that return. Immediately he's sending a message to Phil to stay home.
Good serve there by Elizabeth Ionescu. Elizabeth Scotty a little bit behind it. I'm sure before this match is over, I'm going to mix the Elizabeths up because we have 2 of them. But to your point, the pace with which Holden and then Elizabeth Scotty are hitting the ball will be another level for Elizabeth Ionescu and Phil today. And right away versus yesterday, Bill, just 1 point, but you see the pace with which Holden hit that ball to the baseline. Elizabeth was not able to get that cross court. She very easily handled all those balls yesterday, and today not able to get quite over as far. Elizabeth Scotty standing right there for the put away. 15-30.
And I've talked about that, but it's really more the depth with which they're hitting these ground strokes. And Phil there trying to poach and take that, and Elizabeth goes easily behind her.
The interesting part, we saw that yesterday a little bit, and we That was not successful yesterday the few times they tried. Elizabeth was holding her own there with Elizabeth Scotty. Again, easy from here. I'm undefeated up here, but might have been better to let that play out. Great serve, great return there by Phil.
And we still have another break point here at 30-40. We'll see if she tries to again go into Elizabeth's backhand. She had some success with that the last time she served on this side. We'll see if she goes to that again. I would expect she would, Mark.
First service key here, Bill.
Now if she goes to the forehand.
We got to let. I think getting this first serve in is really key.
It's absolutely key. Elizabeth Scotty here can really drive the ball. And
great serve, but Elizabeth Scotty causes the forced error for Elizabeth Ionescu. And Bill, we're rolling right along here, and the defending champs are out to a 3-0 start. They have 2 breaks already in full command of this first set. It'll be interesting, as you talked about yesterday, what type of adjustments that Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu look at. Easy to say adjustments when you're playing such great players, but might be a need to make some adjustments here. Let's see what they think they want to look at and maybe make some modifications to the game plan.
And we have Elizabeth Scotty basically going to take the baseline here and serve. And in the years that we've covered this tournament, Mark, one of the things that we've noted is that she is very difficult to break. She has a big serve. Holden is very active at net, a very competent volleyer. And that puts just tremendous pressure on the other team to try to find a way to break serve. So
we're fortunate, just getting started here this morning, we're fortunate to have Mike Groft. The tournament is named after Mike and his family. Mike Groft is going to be joining us here in a few minutes, Bill, as we keep the action moving. We'll get Mike in. We'll let him give us some commentary on his thoughts on the growth of the tournament over the 10 years and also some additional commentary related to the event itself.
Great return there by Phil. And
you know, that's it absolutely was a fabulous return, and I might submit to you, Bill, that was probably a winner yesterday. And again, we see the skill level of Elizabeth Scotty being able to get that ball. She throws up a lob into the back third of the court, and we talked about it a fair amount yesterday. A lob in that back third can be very challenging.
And both Holden and Elizabeth are very accomplished doubles players. They've played at major college programs, and you can see the sophistication that they're going to bring here. They're going, you know, with a bit of an Australian setup, you know, moving around, making it difficult on the returner, and that combined with the strength of the serves that both Elizabeth and Holden have is putting tremendous pressure on the return team. And at this point, you know, Phil and Elizabeth are really having a difficult time trying to figure out, you know, how are they going to break through here.
And at some point, I think you say, I'm going to do the very best to hit the best return I can, regardless of where they are.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're to your point, you're overthinking. It can cause you to overthink, and the game's hard enough, especially against such skilled players. You're better off saying, look, I'm going to hit the very best return I can here. Let's see how it plays out. Be ready. By the way, when you and I were playing, Bill, be ready. It's coming your way. If I'm fortunate enough to get the ball in play.
Yeah.
40 love, Bill. A quick chance for a quick hold. And there it is. Mike, quick introduction. Thanks for joining us as we get ready to move into the next game while we're still in the action. Thanks so much for joining us. Please.
You're quite welcome, Mark.
Come on in and join into the commentary, please.
Great. This is just outstanding. And you said a while ago, 10 years. This is the 10th year. It's hard to believe because every summer we go through this, and it goes like clockwork now. And I have to say, you two gentlemen at the helm here make it an extremely professional and legitimate setup. We have fans out there that continuously comment after it's over, like, who are those guys? And we're we're fielding off calls from ESPN right now as we speak, so that you guys have to stay here. So don't get any big ideas.
Our dream scenario could it possibly come to pass?
That would be it right there.
Yes. Yep. Jim Nance is going to have to wait. He can't. No problem there. But no, this tournament, obviously in York, fortunately has taken on a life of its own for many winners, and the winners, of course, first of all, is the York Opioid Collaborative, who we've supported over the last 7 years with the constant challenges that the opioid use has placed upon our community. Nobody is out of the reach of opioid abuse, it seems, and we all know somebody who's been impacted, families, friends, you name it. And this has been some people say, you do so much, and I say, well, yeah, we do as much as we can, which is really all you can do. It's a drop in the bucket in a way, but after a while, the bucket starts to fill up with all the hope and the dollars that we need to combat this disease successfully. And as I was saying about winners, boy, we got obviously the players, but we've got the charity, as we say, York Opioid Collaborative. We have the Country Club of York, who has been a tremendous host for us for 10 years. And then we get to the sponsors, who about 80% of our dollars that we get are from corporate sponsors, and UPMC has led the way for 6 years now as the presenting sponsor. And again, as we look upon our walls over here with all our banners, WellSpan and Highmark, the great folks at Rudders, the Sides Wealth Group, Gladfelder Insurance, GM Volvo for our auto sponsor. I mean, these folks just love being a part of this event. And so again, we have all kinds of winners, and that doesn't even, just mentioning the members who come out and watch such great play, as you guys detail very well here. The level of play we've gotten over the years is unbelievable. So it's been fun.
Quick update, Phil Myers was broken at love, and they have a 5-love. Holden Coons and Elizabeth Scotty have a 5-0 lead here in the first set. It's just really, quite frankly, it's been a dominating performance by them. I expected them to be very strong, but so far in this match, they've exceeded my expectations.
Playing very, very well.
Yeah.
Mike, you commented earlier, thanks again for joining us. Mike Groft, tournament is named after Mike and his family. Thanks for all your service. Mike, one of the challenges with this horrible addiction, and Reggie Hunter was on yesterday as a board member of the Opioid Collaborative, and thrilled to have Reggie and all of his energy. One of the challenges is doing our very best. To your point, we can only do what we can do, raising lots of money and trying to give time and thought about how do we attack this. How do we get those dollars as directly involved in the mission as possible? Talk briefly about the York Opioid Collaborative and their efforts, and how the funds from this event support the collaborative.
Yeah, the collaborative is about 6 years old. We met with the collaborative board this morning on a meet and greet here at the club, so they could see our event and how we handle this. And it started back in the early days of just they had no staff, and they had a bunch of tremendous people who cared, like the district attorney, and unfortunately like the coroner, who was involved for years on their board, and other leaders, business leaders in the community, government, district attorney, assistant DA, people who are materially involved, let's say, on a day-to-day basis with the victims of this the opioid situation. York. Today, the collaborative has evolved, which is what we wanted. They have 3 or 4 full-time employees now that in some part have been funded by grants, in some part have been funded by us, in becoming in York basically the backbone of all things drug use. And other agencies come to the York Opioid Collaborative quite often for support and also for statistical data, because when you're fighting something this big, you can't dehumanize it, but at the same time, if you're going to deal with it, you have to know the scale of it. You have to know the numbers, the number of victims, and then it's the medical research. How do you help them get to a place where they feel better about themselves and become functioning members again in society? So the York Opioid Collaborative is filling a lot of holes that are necessary They've gotten national recognition from the CDC for their work. Other states and counties have asked them to come out and talk to them about what they do, because as the word implies, it's very important. The word collaborative is not just any word they choose. It was a word chosen very specifically because they bring groups together that need to talk about all their individual challenges, from the ER group, from the EMS responders, to the law enforcement, to the halfway houses, and then of course your community groups, which are so important. They all have material components of facts and sometimes fiction, and the collaborative sorts that out between them when they get together and around the table and talk about it and come up with solutions for the next battle they face. So they work directly sometimes with other agencies, and then they work on data collection to provide support to those agencies indirectly about how do we handle this part of the process. And it's gotten to be a big numbers game, as most industries now know. You've got to use data in order to combat these larger than life challenges that we face. And the medical field is one of those that absolutely needs to do that. So thanks for the question, Mark. It's very important. And I do have a quick update on numbers on the corporate. The total fundraising so far is at $106,800 through this campaign. And in addition to being a great presenter on play-by-play here, Bill Long gets a special applause for his work with working on the individual members at the club and individuals in his life, from college friends and high school friends, to understand our plight and give generously. And he's done a tremendous job again this year. But yeah, a little over $106,800, I believe. And we keep getting some funds. People came in with a check this morning again. And so we just, we do what we can. And we hope for the best. And each year we have a great time doing it. So again, thank you both for what you do. And I'll turn it back over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And yeah, it's been a pleasure to be associated with this event over 10 years. I mean, we went from a little tiny thing where I think maybe we raised $10,000 in the first year.
8,000, yeah, I remember that.
And the donations to the charities we've chosen have grown, and as well as the quality of play here. Quickly to update our viewers, Coons and Scotty dominating first set, 6-love. Off to a tremendous start. We'll see if Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu can rally here, as we move here into the second set. If people want to donate, Mike, what's the best way at this point that you would see for people to make their donations?
The easiest way in this electronic age is going to the York Opioid Collaborative website. They do have a QR code that they can press on and contribute. If you want to stop by the club and watch the matches today, you can just drop a check with us. And interesting that we have two main sponsors, WellSpan and Stevens & Lee Law Firm out of Reading and Harrisburg. They have put up $20,000. So for every $200 we get, they match $200. So that's a tremendous opportunity. But stop by, see the tennis, and we have cash donations here. We'll take checks, credit cards, you name it. And again, go to the York Opioid Collaborative website, and you can just click on a button and give what your heart desires there. We really appreciate it.
Mike, we really appreciate you stopping by. We know you've got a busy weekend going here, but it's been a pleasure to talk with you as always. And
well, thank you, Bill and Mark, again, and glad to be here. We'll see you the rest of the day. Thanks.
All right, bye-bye. We're in the first game of the second set. Elizabeth Ionescu serving. I'm going to try to do first and last names a little bit because we have two Elizabeths. Great serve there. A good return by Scotty, but it's into the racket of Phil Myers, and he volleys it away.
There was one point, Bill, that was really close here on the sideline. I believe it was out. I believe we're looking at a 40-15 lead for Elizabeth and Phil, looking to get their first game of the match and start off the second set in a positive direction. Court 2 is starting warm-ups. We'll get to those names in a moment. Great shot again, just small windows are all that Holden and Elizabeth seemingly need. There was a bit of a small window there, Phil. He wasn't poaching, but he moved slightly to his right. Elizabeth served to the backhand, and Holden took advantage.
It's really not much you can do. He needs to stand somewhat, toward the middle of the court to reduce the target that they would have, or Elizabeth wouldn't be able to cover it. So, but they're both really good at driving the ball down the line, and again, a very nice return there by Elizabeth. It was close on the sidelines.
And
She's
deep,
making
deep, to your point, and deep.
Yeah.
Deep into the court, sorry.
Yeah. And we saw yesterday that on those returns, Elizabeth Ionescu would slide way over and beyond the alley even so that she could hit her forehand. But the velocity and the angle that Elizabeth hits that on is making it very difficult for her to do that.
Yeah.
So they're looking at a completely different level than they were yesterday.
Yeah.
Holden, just an unbelievable play there. That's a terrific volley.
Great volley by Phil just to get into the point, and but it set everything up from there. They took advantage of the point, and then Holden with the backhand volley put away.
Yeah.
To your point, he's always been such a tremendous junior and high school and then college player, but to your good point, Bill, our first look at him on the telecast today, he raised his game a whole nother level at Wake Forest last year. No question about it. That's a great shot by Phil. And the challenge becomes, as you and I know as players, not nearly on this level, certainly you were maybe at one point, I was not, but it makes Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu feel like they've got to start doing more, which creates even more errors. So
yeah,
playing within yourself is really key, but easy to say from here.
And I'm sure they feel a little bit like, well, within myself isn't getting it done, so I got to try something else.
Yeah. Great serve, set up Phil for an easy shot at the net. Elizabeth Scotty got a racket on it, but back to an add-in and game point for Myers and Ionescu. Looking to start off the second set in a positive way. Again, warm-ups on court 2. We'll get those names on the changeover. Oh, great play by Phil. The setup volley into the middle of the court. He read that she was going to come to the middle. Great play, and Myers and Ionescu are on the board, Bill, with their first game. Let me, if you would, real quick, I want to introduce the semifinals on the other court. One of these teams will be in the final, and we may be telecasting the later part of their semifinal match, but if not, certainly the winner in the finals. We have Ben and Lindsay Zink, who we saw yesterday, Lancaster County players. Lindsay going to be a senior at the University of North Carolina. Ben, the owner of Racket Club West, and a very accomplished junior and player as an adult. On the other side, we have Paloma Escobedo and Christian Guevara. And we'll talk a little bit about their accolades as well, significant players. So we're looking forward to that being a very competitive semifinal as that gets ready to kick off. Again, they're still in warm-ups. Back to the action, Bill. Holden leading off on serve, love 1, second set.
So Scotty and Coons have basically made a decision to let Holden go ahead and serve first again in this set, taking advantage of the strength of his serve.
Again, Phil hits a terrific backhand down the line on the return. Was a winner yesterday, would have been a winner against almost any other team here. And Holden not only got to it, but hits a ball that ends up being significantly challenging to hit. Elizabeth Scotty gets the put away. It's just, what do you do?
Yeah, very difficult.
Back to the discussion, then I try to start doing more, and that creates errors.
They have a brief discussion, and you'll see Elizabeth up there at net. She makes a decision.
Great shot there. Fantastic.
To take away the cross court, but Elizabeth Ionescu with a huge drive down the line there, just inside the line for a winner. So we're at 15-all.
Bill, Elizabeth Ionescu continues to show the growth in her game. She had a forehand winner while Mike was talking a bit earlier that was just unbelievable. Cross court there was a backhand down the line. She continues to account herself very, very well as her game continues to grow.
Holden trying to go wide there.
Phil gets a look at a second serve here, although Holden's second serve is better than many first serves.
Up a little bit to too much there with Elizabeth Scotty, and it seems that Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu are finding their footing here a little bit. We're at 5:30, so they have an
15:30.
opportunity here.
Yeah.
If they can get a break and start to play with a little more confidence, this match could tighten up very quickly.
Yeah. Phil did a great job on that return, putting it just below the net. Elizabeth Scotty reflected her racket upward, and it drove the ball out.
And Holden with a great serve.
Just too good.
Right up the tee. Elizabeth doing her best to drive it back, but
as you and I have talked about over the years, Bill, both personally and on this telecast, having that big serve just eliminates so many things. Oh, we're 15-30? Well, here's a first serve and a quick put away, and we're at 30 all.
Those free points, make life, a lot easier for the serving team. So we're at 30 all here. Great serve up the tee.
And we go from 15-30, and 2 balls later, it's add in.
Add in.
Very difficult. Just tremendous serve.
Last time he served to, Kuhn served to Myers, he, basically tried to take the ball wide, hit the tape, and then the second time he comes up here, hits an ace right down the tee. I mean, it's, you're the receiver. It's like, do I lead one way or the other? And you have a guy you're playing against that has the ability to go in either direction. So essentially, after a period of time, you end up, you got to guess, which way is it going to go? Another good serve. Kuhn's missing a forehand.
Elizabeth's able to get a nice return on the serve and get it back to deuce, forcing Holden to work a little bit harder, certainly harder than he had to work in the first set on his serve. Love won, deuce on serve, second set. First set went to Kuhns and Scotty.
So we're back to deuce here. They're making, Myers and Ionescu making it a little difficult on Kuhns and Scotty here. Another great serve, another ace, and they're back to having the ad again. So, as you said, that's a free point.
Yeah, just an unbelievable
They hit one
serve.
ball, and
It's
they're back in
that,
control.
if it didn't hit the tape, it's in that really small corner up the middle. Phil, really, just nothing you can do, short of standing all the way over there. But when you do that, then he serves it into the corner. A phenomenal serve, and now we're ad in. And notice, I'll comment too on her hand motions in a moment. So on that side, Bill, Elizabeth had motion, I'm going to go stay home. I'm going to go into the ad side. Holden drives his serve into that corner as well, so it pairs up with her. On that previous point on the deuce side, she had said, I'm going to the right to the ad side. He serves up the middle. So the coordination we were talking about yesterday, and you've noted several times in a positive way, they're playing at a level, but then you add the strategy to it as well. It just makes it really difficult for their opponents. They're totally in sync.
And to the average spectator that's watching this match, they're not understanding it's a game of angles. Angles and velocity of the ball, and there's a million ways to play it, but it's certainly a significant factor in whether or not you're going to be effective playing doubles. 15 love. Nice serve there. But again, Holden very active up there at net, and Elizabeth hits a good return. Phil's just trying to volley it back in play, but Holden comes over, cuts it off, and puts it away.
Holden totally anticipated that Phil hit the shot that almost all of us want to hit, the cross-court backhand volley,
right.
And he was ready. Again, just so much pressure they put on you with the. One thing we didn't note yesterday, Bill, we're kind of commenting on it, but I think it deserves some additional attention, is the return of serve. Both Elizabeth Scotty and Holden have unbelievable return of serves, and it puts so much pressure on the serving team.
So as Phil comes in here, he's got to figure out, where's Holden going to be here? And there's a great lob, just a great lob. And
nothing you can do there.
I believe we're at
1540.
1540 here, so we've got a double break point here early in this set. You would expect Holden to really look to try to hit this return with some velocity. Phil with a great serve.
It's just too strong.
Holden hitting that return very hard. I'm not sure it would have been in or out, but Elizabeth had no choice but to try to basically protect herself there.
On a really good serve by Phil.
Yeah.
That's a really good serve.
That's about as good
that's a
you can
phenomenal
hit it.
serve. And Holden, one step to his left, puts a lot of pressure on Elizabeth Ionescu. On court 2, we have gotten started. The Zincs are serving out of the gate. I'm not sure of the game score, but it's our first game for the other semifinal. Again, we'll keep you posted on that match as well. I've seen a couple of points go back and forth. We're very likely at a deuce. Again, we'll keep everybody posted on that score as we work our way through this. At a high level, Bill, Kuhn Scotty got the first set, and now they've gotten their break. They're up 2-1. Elizabeth Scotty going to be serving. But again, back to this point, you touched on it, rightfully so. They're so strong with their serves, Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Kuhns. And then again, you add the return of serve skill. It just puts so much pressure on the other team. Boy, it's so hard to break them. And oh, by the way, their return of serve so good, they're putting so much pressure on my serve. It's a duplicative thing. It makes it very, at the end of the day, they're really skilled players.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why they're 4-time winners of this particular tournament.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in Phil's position, he's actually serving very well. The return game of Scotty and Kuhns is so strong. They're hitting like returns that are very difficult to volley. He's trying to keep them back in play, and at the same time, the net player is coming over and cutting that off, so that's putting additional pressure on. So you have to handle a serve that's very difficult to handle, or a return that's been driven very hard, and then you've also need to direct it in the proper direction, to keep it away from the net person in a split instant. So,
and again, as we talked about a little bit earlier, so ultimately it becomes, if I'm your partner and we're playing them, which would never happen, obviously, but Bill, I'm going to do my very best to get it back. Be ready.
yeah.
It's probably coming your way if I get lucky enough to get it in play. Highly skilled players, and wonderful to be able to see this level of tennis here locally. I think Holden might have missed that one wide. Great serve again by Elizabeth Scotty into the corner. I believe Holden pushed that volley wide. We're going to call that 15-all, but we're not sure.
Mark, I had the pleasure of going down and seeing a couple matches at Wake Forest this year. And, one thing that was immediately apparent to me is just the angle that they try to, hit these volleys is just tremendous. Great shot there by Holden. He saw Phil moving to the right and just, took it right at the back of his feet, and just no way that Phil can make a play on that.
They're forcing Phil and Elizabeth to be so defensive. And then the real challenge becomes Elizabeth, Scotty, and Holden are so good at being offensive that you really, where do we go to win our points?
Yeah.
30-15.
And we expected Kuhns and Scotty to be actually very aggressive in this match, and they've been just that. Both of them like to get to net. They like the power game. I'd actually like to see Elizabeth and Phil use a little bit more lobbing, because they're just trying to drive the ball by him, and it's just a really difficult thing to do.
And mentally can be so demoralizing. Again, Elizabeth hits a really good return there in terms of the pace that she had on the ball. But Holden's standing right there and puts it away, and you think to yourself, my gosh, what do I do?
Right.
Where do I go?
And, I'm, to my point there, I think that, if you go to the lob a little bit, you're going to have the opportunity to get them maybe just a step or two off the net and, create better opportunities for yourself. So, we will see what happens.
We have another hold here, Bill. The score moves to 3-1.
Okay, Elizabeth now serving. 3-1 here in the set.
Phil, but even better hands by Elizabeth Scotty.
Oh,
just
my goodness.
Incredible point.
Incredible play there.
Just terrific play.
I'm not,
Phenomenal hands at the net by Phil, but Elizabeth Scotty better. Just really, really high level play.
Yeah.
Love 15. Wide on the serve.
Really, really top-notch serve there. I think it was wide. So Elizabeth will be looking at a second serve here, Mark, and again, Elizabeth concerned about what Holden's going to do there. You know, is Holden going to cut that off? And, you know, she's taking a ball and going with very difficult angle up the line, you know, trying to find something.
And we're sitting on a 2-break. Not yet. I'm sorry. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Love 30.
Love 30.
Love 30. My mistake.
And again, you know, it's going to get very difficult for Myers and Ionescu. If there's a break here, they're going to be down 2 breaks in this set. And
It's just so hard to get into a rhythm as well. Right?
Yeah.
I'm just not hitting enough balls because they're hitting so many winners. Holden went for a little much on that side. Good serve by Elizabeth. Again, she continues to play very, very well. Elizabeth Ionescu,
yeah,
local junior player who nationally ranked. Actually heading, talked with her mother and father last evening, headed to Indiana for a tournament later today, playing on a national level. And again, great to see her from our local area and how well she's doing. Fantastic backhand. Just a great shot by Elizabeth there. Gets it back to 30 all. The
And again,
angle
I
and
think
pace
that-
of that backhand, Bill, was tremendous.
And I think that if they had the ability to extend points and get Elizabeth and both Elizabeths hitting the ball cross court, that Elizabeth Ionescu might have a little bit of an advantage there. But the big difference is, you know, Holden is just so dynamic at net that it creates, you know, the points are not getting extended. You know, we haven't had a lot of really long points, so.
And,
There they are, you know, they've had 2 points in a row there where they've been able to extend it and take advantage of Ionescu's baseline game and got a couple of quick points here, and they've turned this game around, Mark.
They've got an ad.
We'll see if they can get it back to 3-2 here.
Great serve
Again,
down
good
the middle.
serve.
But
Again, Holden
as
just,
you said, you just commented on it. You nailed it a bit ago. Looked in the hourglass and pulled it out. She's trying to get into a backhand rally or a rally with Elizabeth Scotty, and Holden says, no, that's not going to happen. I'm going to poach and put it
Yeah.
away.
and they're making it very hard on Myers and Ionescu to get any kind of a rhythm here. Yeah, I mean, Holden's been very unpredictable. He's able to take Elizabeth's serve and really go cross court with it or down the line. I mean, Phil Myers has, you know, been neutralized on net by the quality of the return game. And we saw early they went down the line a few times, and they continue to do that, and, you know, it just makes it very difficult. I expect Phil to poach here. No, he stays at home. And
Elizabeth Scotty was
again,
able to get that ball just inside the line.
Yeah.
Ionescu backing up. Really nothing you can do there. Again, tremendous. They do get
Yeah.
the break, Bill, and we're quickly at 4-1. Coons and Scotty over Ionescu and Myers. On the other match, Bill, Court 2, current scorecard shows One Love Zinks. They are in their 3rd game. We'll have to wait to the crossover to see who won that 2nd game, but it currently shows One Love Zinks. Lindsay Zink is serving to Escobedo and Guevara, but again, we'll keep you posted on that score as we go. Back to this match again, Bill. Coons and Scotty remain in complete control, 6-0, 4-1, and getting ready to serve again. Oh, by the way, if it's you and I playing, we're down 4-1, and oh, by the way, who's getting ready to come serve? Here comes Holden Coons.
Right.
Yeah.
And the lead is surmountable, you know, almost insurmountable. It's a high hill.
it's a very high bar for them to try to cross. It was interesting. I had a pretty nice conversation with Holden last night. We talked a little bit about his doubles experience at Wake Forest. Had a tremendous coach. If you go to watch college matches, the coaches literally can be on the court after every point, and he just learned a tremendous amount about double strategy, you know, being there last year, and obviously, you know, elevated his game. I don't think that the staff at Wake Forest expected the the quality of play that they got out of Holden, particularly on the double side, playing #1 doubles for Wake Forest and arguably the strongest conference in the U.S. And he was telling me that their coach would virtually orchestrate every, they had like plays, and he would say, well, on the second one you're going to cross over, and their coach would actually study film of their opponents so that they would know their tendencies and what they were more likely to do. Wow, what great serve by Holden, and Elizabeth was perfectly up to that. That is a beautiful drive down the line there. Nothing Elizabeth Scotty could do. We're at 15 all here. It's after Coons and Scotty won the first set easily. They're also in the driver's seat here, up 2 breaks and 4-1 here in the second set.
Of note, though, real quick, Elizabeth Ionescu again with another winner. So while the team has struggled at times, she continues to play very, very well.
And that's something obviously you should note.
Oh, great!
That's the
lob
first
by
lob
Phil.
we've seen on the day from Phil, and again you can see how Phil and Elizabeth, or Holden and Elizabeth, really got close to the net there and opened up that opportunity for the lob, which Phil took, and very, very well done. And they've been giving Holden a little bit trouble here on the serve in this
Last 2
set.
times he served, you're right, Bill. It's a 15-30, but as we saw last time, 2 big serves away from taking back control. Let's see. Elizabeth getting used to that ball going out. Maybe he goes down the middle here, Bill. Shows her more of a body serve.
Now here you have their trading ground strokes.
Wow.
Elizabeth trading ground strokes with someone who played on a team that went to the Final Four and basically standing right up to that pace. And they've got double break point here on Holden.
Creates a double break on court 2. The Zincs are up 2-1 early in that first set. On serve. Back to court 1, Holden serving 15-40 double break point, as Bill said, up 4-1. Second set, they took the first. Phil gets a look at a second serve, but as we talked about earlier, Holden's second serve is better than most people's first serves.
Expect him to go into the backhand. He does. Scotty right there.
Just creates so much pressure with her at the net, as you've talked about.
And I'm sure that's one thing that Holden takes great pride in, and that is holding his serve. And, he's definitely not going to want this game to get away. It'll be interesting to see where he goes with the serve here.
He did mix it up on the last one to the body, so now Elizabeth Ionescu, a bit of a mind game. Okay, he's shown me several going out of court. That middle is still a possibility, let's see.
Again,
Goes down the line with it. Great return by Elizabeth Ionescu.
And Holden misses the forehand again. So Elizabeth showing her tremendous ground stroke ability.
Just phenomenal play right there, Bill.
They get the break, and it's we're at 2-4 here in the second set.
Her play has been just phenomenal.
Yeah. And we look forward to hopefully being able to show you a little bit of the semifinal action on the other court. I think they may switch at the conclusion of this. And Bill, again, with a great serve. I think he's basically at the point where he's letting it fly.
Yeah.
He's hitting the ball with more velocity and kind of saying, hey, I got to go in this direction, what I'm doing.
As we talked about, yeah, it forces you to do things you're probably less comfortable doing.
Yeah. And, I mean, at this point, both Scotty and Coons are really not having a tremendous amount of difficulty returning his serve. You could see there he went for the ace, maybe trying to get a little more than he's normally capable of. I expect Elizabeth
serve.
Just nice deep drive.
Caught a net.
Yeah.
15 all.
If they can get this game, they're going to get back within 4-3. and
Just one
you know,
break.
put a little bit of pressure on Coons and Scotty if they're able to do that. If not, we'll have Elizabeth Scotty serving for the match. So this is a big game. If they're going to make any kind of a run here, it has to be right now. Great serve by Myers. Brought it in to Coons' body, and
30-15, Bill.
Yeah.
Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu playing much better here in this second set. They found some formula that works. They're mixing their shots up, going for a bit more, playing very, very well.
a little bit of a lull here for Coons and Scotty. We got a second serve here. Again, just easy play for Holden Coons at net.
In some ways, Bill, again, you and I have played, not at this, I have not played at this level, but some of it becomes, do you do some things that are more unorthodox? So the normal play of going cross court, well, I need to get out of that. But again, now you're starting to do things maybe you're less comfortable doing, but don't
Right.
play the way you normally play. Bill, I've got a backhand, I'm going cross court with this. No, maybe I need to do something more, again, unorthodox.
And, you know, they made it, in that particular case, Scotty made it very difficult with her return that came in on Phil's body. And when you do that, you're limited in your options. You know, there's only a certain amount that you can do. And again, Holden hitting the ball much deeper than Myers, so he's going to be able to get into net.
Great shot by
Lets
Phil
that go,
there.
but
phenomenal
Phil
shot.
holds up his end, and
Phenomenal backhand.
they have an ad here to get it to 4-3.
Phenomenal shot by Phil Myers there. Really terrific off the backhand side. And as you said, Bill, great play. Even though Phil's baseline shots were shorter, he ultimately comes up with a ball that Holden thought was going to go deep and falls inside the line. 40-30, 2-4.
First serve important here.
Elizabeth again will get a look at that second serve to your point, and Holden will be active at the net.
Yeah. We'll see where Myers goes with it. I expect he'll roll it into her backhand. But Scotty runs around it. Coons missing the volley.
Wow. Came right towards him. I don't think he expected it. Ball came right at him, and Myers and Ionescu get the hold, and again, playing very, very well the second set, Bill. It's a 3-4. Myers and Ionescu down in the second set after losing the first. We'll have Elizabeth Scotty coming out of the changeover with a serve up 4-3. And as you had said, put some additional pressure on Scotty and Coons as they look to close out the match in this second set. Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu playing very, very well.
And you really have to give them credit here, Mark. I mean, they were down 6-0, 4-1. Looked like things were going to slip away pretty quickly. They've rallied here, given themselves a little bit of a breath of life here in the second set. Still down a break, however. And, you know, that's going to make it still a pretty tall mountain for them to climb. We'll see what happens here in this game. They've had pretty good success so far on Elizabeth Scotty's serve. We'll see if that continues, that trend continues. But the match is, the momentum's changed a little bit. We'll see what happens.
Court 2 action continues. Waiting for the score at changeover. It's going to come here in a moment. I'll keep you updated on that score. Elizabeth Scotty serving 4-3 second set.
Again, I like that play by Phil. He's using that lob a little bit to try to keep it. And they've another drive at Holden. He's unable to convert that. So
I don't know that we can make a lot of money going over there, but they've had a little bit of success right now. Again, good changeup. I don't know that Holden thought it was coming his way. Handcuffed him a bit, but again, not a place you want to go on a regular basis.
That's a great serve there.
Just a phenomenal serve.
So we're at 15-all. Second set here. Coons and Scotty up 4-3. The other semifinal match progressing here on court 2. They have not updated the score. We'll see if the Zincs do so when they return to the court here.
Elizabeth Scotty serving 15 all.
Great play there.
On court 2, Bill, the Zincs on the changeover up 3-2, but we're on serve. Christian Guevara serving 2-3 in that first set, just as a quick update. Back here on court 1, we're 30-15, 4-3. As you had said, Elizabeth Scotty continues to serve very, very well.
Expecting it up the tee. Nope, she goes with that backhand again. It's just too much to handle. I mean, that ball mark is hitting close to that, where the service line basically meets the sideline, and that's just a very hard serve to handle at that kind of velocity.
If we were to draw a circle around where her serves are landing on the Elizabeth Ionescu side, it would be a very small circle in that back corner. Just tremendous consistency and ability to hit that serve is just really tremendous. Second serve, Phil gets a look.
And again, a miss from the baseline. Ad is still with Coons and Scotty here. If they can get this game, they'll move to 5-3. Even if Ionescu and Myers would hold, they would have an opportunity to serve for the match. Big point here. Myers and Ionescu really need to get this point and try to get a break to even the playing field here. We'll see where Scotty goes with this serve. I guess I'd think back to that backhand as long as she has that going.
Yeah. Again, she's fitting those serves into a very small window. And while Elizabeth Ionescu has a very good backhand, the forehand is a tremendous weapon. I think it's the right play to try to stay on that backhand. It's neutralized a little bit of that power.
And
great serve. Great
Coons
placement.
with a great poach, and they put that game away. Coons and Scotty here leading 5-3 in the second set.
We do get a hold on court 2, Bill, so we're 3-all on serve, as we expected a very competitive match on court 2 in the other semifinal. We're 3-all first set. Back to our match, as you had just commented, 3-5 Elizabeth Ionescu serving to stay in the match for Myers and Ionescu against Scotty and Coons. 3-5 second set. Great serve,
yeah. Also a good return by Coons. Elizabeth, nice deep ground strokes. That one's going to drift a little long, and we're at love 15.
But again, Bill, as we look at those rallies from the baseline, she is more than holding her own with Hold and Coons. Again, just continues to speak to her significant growth as a player. Great serve down the middle, 15-all.
Ionescu doing a good job of getting her first serve in here in a game that, goes without saying it's a must game for Myers and Ionescu. Now Holden's going to have a look at the first serve. Be interesting to see if he actually follows this in or he goes down the line. No, he does not, but
just wide off the net.
Yeah.
Bad bounce there off the net, unfortunately, with the spin.
A little bit of an unforced error.
15-30.
Sometimes I think Elizabeth there, she got back a step or two. She's trying to deal with the depth and the speed with which Holden's hitting the ball. That one he didn't quite hit, and left the ball, her trying to drive a ball from her feet, and she caught the top of the net as a result of that, and the ball drifted wide. So we're at 15-30 here. Another solid first serve by Elizabeth, and we're at 30-all.
Tremendous serve. Again, I can't say enough. The growth in Elizabeth Ionescu's game is just terrific to watch a young player more than hold her own here this weekend.
Again, not quite catching that first serve. Holden with a nice return. She saw Elizabeth start to move. I think her thought was, well, I'm going to try to get the ball behind her, but the ball snuck up. It was just too hard. Holden hit the ball so hard she was unable to get her footing in position to drive that ball in back of Scotty, and we're now at match point, Mark.
Yeah. 30-40. Just back, Elizabeth Scotty's going to get a look at a second serve here on match point.
And that'll do it.
Yeah.
Coons and Scotty. We have our first finalist.
Some terrific tennis.
A reasonably dominating performance, really, Mark.
Played very well.
Yeah.
Phil and Elizabeth Ionescu raised their game in the second set. Got into it a bit more, but just terrific play by Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Coons. We have another changeover on court 2. We'll update you on that score as soon as we can. We knew it was 3-all. I'm not sure if Lindsay Zink held or not.
Yeah.
You're going to see that we're going to be
and I think
fixing the court
we're going to have a little bit of a break in the action here. As you can see, they're going to basically prepare the courts, and as I understand it, Mark, they're going to try to move the match over from court 2 over to court 1, so that our viewing public can actually get a good look at both semifinals, which I think is a really neat bonus. Again, we're here at the 2024 Groft Charity Classic. Those of you that wish to donate, you can go to the directly to the York Opioid Collaborative page and make your donation there. There's a slot to do it there. And we've just completed our first semifinal match of the day with Holden Coons and Elizabeth Scotty defeating Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu by the score of 6-0, 6-3. Our four-time champions here, defending champions, so far have been very dominating in their performance. I think we're gonna take a little break here, Mark.
Well, hold on, Bill. Yeah, but it does appear that after the court is swept, we're going to make the move onto court 1 right now. I thought it was going to be at the end of the first set, but they're going to sweep the court and prepare it. So let's take a quick break. We'll run some of our advertisements for our sponsors, and we'll be right back with a mid-first set of the other semifinal match.
Sounds great.
Hi, I'm Rocky Blyer. You know, as a veteran and former NFL athlete, I know staying healthy and partnering with your doctor is important. That's why UPMC for Life offers 5-star Medicare Advantage plans that provide excellent dental, vision, hearing, and prescription benefits. The UPMC for Life Flex Spend Card gives you up to $1,000 additional dollars for your health care. Your health care dollars, your choice. Get in the game. Call today for free information.
Rudders is made for you. Order ahead with our mobile app. We are your morning stop. Your quick lunch break. Your last-minute dinner plans. And your late-night snack. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
Today, there may be feelings of despair, anxiousness, or maybe it's even become worse.
Relationships seem unattainable, unrealistic, and the light at the end of the tunnel, that burned out a long time ago.
But tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow could bring hope.
Hope in your situation.
Tomorrow could bring healing.
Healing within yourself and the relationships you share.
And tomorrow could bring wholeness.
Wholeness to the person you are, and wholeness to the life you experience.
Let's take a step toward tomorrow.
by seeking help today. At WellSpan Philhaven, we want to help you live a well-balanced life.
Our more than 300 highly credentialed therapists and doctors care for the whole person.
Mentally, physically, and spiritually.
For over 65 years, WellSpan Philhaven has provided a safe place for people facing behavioral and mental health challenges.
As part of WellSpan Health, WellSpan Philhaven will continue to provide patient-centered care in new and better ways. With more than 27 locations in Dauphin, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Adams counties, we're here to help you find hope, healing, and wholeness.
Together.
Today,
Tomorrow.
So we're live here back on Court 1. The other semifinal, which had been started on Court 2, is now moved to Court 1.
If I'm reading the scorecards real quick, Bill, I see Guevara and Escobedo up 4-3, so they got a break of Lindsey Zink in that last game and are serving up 4-3 first set. And we'll go through the names here in a moment. Again, closest to us, we have Ben and Lindsey Zink, who are cousins, Lancaster natives. Lindsey is going to be a senior at the University of North Carolina. Christian is a tremendous player. We didn't get to see him yesterday on camera, but we saw him off camera, raised in South Florida as a junior, consistently ranked in the top 5 in Florida, played at Virginia Tech. He's been a hitting partner of Novak Djokovic in the past, who's playing right now in the Wimbledon singles final, which again speaks to the quality of player that we have coming to this tournament. We're not sure the game score will bring you up to speed as quickly as we can. We do see that Christian, oh, there we go, that was a game. So Christian and his partner Paloma are now up 5-3 first set in this second semifinal. Bill, sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay. And, you know, this is our first look here at Christian and Paloma. We have not had the privilege of seeing them so far, The Zincs, we were able to catch them in action yesterday. They had a very solid outing. At that point, we talked at some length about Ben being very intense, very aggressive player. That volley he pushed long, so they're obviously in a little trouble here in the first set, down 5-3, with Ben Zink serving. He's been very solid here with his serve in the matches that we've watched.
Paloma there driving the ball very confidently from the baseline. And again, we haven't seen Christian on camera, but what we saw yesterday on court 2, Bill, he was not holding back at all on his ground strokes. Hits the ball very, very hard.
And that's a double fault. That's not going to help him here in this case.
Quickly looking at a love 30, Bill, at 3-5.
You know, overlooking at Christian and Paloma playing the deuce side. Being a left-hander, they wanted to, her and Christian wanted to put both forehands in the middle of the court. Excuse me.
Paloma will get a look at a second serve here. She's nailing that two-hand backhand. And the Zincs were more than to the task there at the net, and then ultimately Ben gets an overhead put away. 15-30, 3-5, first set of the second semifinal, 10th annual Groft Charity Classic.
Still a little deficit for him to overcome. Do you want to sit with us? Okay.
15-30, first set,
15-30 here.
3-5. Zincs looking to get a hold, and will look to stay in this first set.
We have been seeing Christian hit the ball with a lot of pace. One thing that you'll note watching him is the depth that he's returning serve from behind the baseline. He's a few steps back. That's a lot deeper than a lot of the other people that we've seen. It gives him more time to take a look at that serve.
And to that point, great comment, Bill. You see the significance of that return, puts it at Ben's feet. It pops up. Paloma gets a good look at a shot, and then Lindsay drives the volley deep. Again, a different way of applying pressure on the return of serve.
Yeah. Paloma in probably a step closer than Christian. So
15-40, we've got double break point, Bill, to close out this first
So I
set.
expect her to take another step in for this second serve, and if they've got set point at this point. But Paloma really looking for that drive.
Phenomenal shot, and that wraps up the first set. Again, we caught that mid-set. Sorry for the analysis mid-game there, but that ends our first set. We'll continue to get into the analysis of this match, but Christian and Paloma take the first set 6-3 in the second semifinal.
And we're seeing some outstanding action here today. It looks like Coons and Scotty will get a little bit of extra rest here. We don't know how long this match will be extended, but we do have a hot, humid day here at the Country Club of York, and the sun is out. Very little shade right now. So heat and humidity will be a factor as the day rolls on here, with the temperature supposed to roll up into the 90s here this afternoon, Mark. At one point I might have thought that was okay, but I no longer have any interest in going out and playing in 90-degree weather at this point.
It is significant, though, Bill, and to your point, Coons and Scotty able to get off court quickly. We'll see how this match continues to progress. We expected a very competitive match. Let's see how the Zincs make some adjustments moving into the start of this second set related to some of their tactics. Christian will start off with the serve. They took the first set. He'll be serving on the near side over to the Zincs on the far side.
I ran into Christian a little bit earlier and asked him if he was going to shave that beard off this morning, and he said it was going to be around for a while. So on top of the heat, I'm not sure I want to be carrying that beard around, but very nice gentleman. And
that's a beard, Bill, that would take me way too long to try to grow, I have no doubt.
Okay, fresh set here. Our first look at Christian's serve. Nets the volley. Sure, that's one he'd like to have back. Not a difficult volley. It looked like he took a little too much of a swing at it there, Mark. And we're at love 15. The Zincs need to get off to a good start here.
That was a significantly placed serve there.
Yeah.
Great shot by Ben Zink there. Quickly, love 30.
Love 30, and we're quickly seeing some of that intensity that we're used to seeing out of Ben Zink. A little bit of a verbal, come on, to try to get him and his partner Lindsay going, getting them pumped up. They got to get back into this match. If they can get a break here early on Christian, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for them to get back and get started here.
To your point, Bill, he plays off of a lot of emotion, so absolutely critical that they get into the second set quickly. And Christian says, not so fast. How about an ace into the corner? Great serve.
And we talked earlier when we were watching Coons and Scotty play about the value of a strong serve and those free points. So they're down 30. It's a great serve. It's an ace. They hit one ball. It's essentially kind of like a free point for them. So we're 15-30. We'll see what happens here. He's got to get the first one in. Again, really nice serve up the tee, but Ben is right on that ball. And
as we've seen in past years, when Ben gets a ball that he feels very comfortable with, attacking the female player at the net, very common and the right strategy in that case. 15-40, double break point coming out of the first set here, Bill.
That time trying to go up the middle. So obviously he's got the ability to move his serve around. And
tremendous shot making,
yeah.
Great second serve, and then a touch volley. Fantastic shot making. Again, the skill level stands out. The Zincs do still have a break point. Let's see where Christian takes this first serve. I think what we do know is going to happen. He's going to hit it with a lot of velocity.
Again, trying to take it out to the backhand. That's his third straight miss on the first serve to that ad court. And great volleys. And Ben just being very aggressive. They get the break to start the set.
Great play by Ben Zink there.
And as we mentioned before, we're seeing, some of that intensity out of Ben.
Yeah.
Trying to get Lindsay, his partner, pumped up, trying to get him back into this match. And that early break is, has him off to a good start here in the second set.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous play there. Interesting that Christian continued to come to the net there, coming off of that second serve. Ben, again, was able to get a good return, and they were able to go on the offensive on that point and ultimately put it away. So we're 1-love. The Zincs get a early break here in the second set. We would expect Ben to be serving. 1-love second set. They are down one set in the match.
Again, a beautiful day here at the Country Club of York for the 2024 Groft Charity Classic, benefiting the York Opioid Collaborative. We had Mike Groft, the namesake of the tournament, sitting in with us a little bit earlier. So far, we're thrilled that our donations at this point have topped the $100,000 mark for the year. Those of you that wish to donate can go to the York Opioid Collaborative website.
Great half volley there. Backhand volley winner coming off of the serve, Bill. 15-love. Ben saw Christian on the move looking to poach.
And we didn't see the early part of this match, Mark, but one thing that we've always seen as we watch these matches is the adjustments that the teams make as we go on. So we'll watch that very closely here as we start to proceed into the second set. Another first serve. followed in nicely.
Great start to the second set here for the Zincs. They get a break and now up 30-love on Ben's serve, looking to change the momentum of this match.
At this point, if they can consolidate this break, you know, the complexion of this match obviously will have changed a little bit. We'll see here what Paloma is able to do with this second serve. Great serve, brought it into her body a little bit. She was unable to drive it and just push that ball long, so the Zincs here looking at potentially a very easy service hold.
40-love.
Yeah.
Second game, second set. Great return there. Christian with a great backhand, one-handed backhand cross court. We don't see a lot of the one-handers anymore from today's players, mostly two-handers. Great backhand cross court, 40-15.
And I think that Ben took a little bit off of that and just trying to get the location set, and he hit a great serve, but it was just a really outstanding return by Christian. So we're at 40-15. The Zincs employing the Australian setup. Return up the middle, which is not it's a pretty smart play actually. And we're at 2 games to love here in this second set. The Zincs off to a really solid start after dropping the first set 6-3 to Paloma and Christian. Mark, this will be our first look at Paloma's serve since they've moved over here. A lot of pressure on them at this point to try to get on the board here in the second set. They obviously don't want to fall down 2 breaks here early in the second set.
We've had Paloma in the tournament before. It's great to have her back. She's a left-hander. As I was glancing over at the match when they were on court 2, I believe I saw that she held twice.
And looks like they're pretty much sticking with their traditional setup with Christian, you know, at net, not crouching down, but you know, I think it's you know, basically an approach they feel comfortable with, and again, something that we've seen along through the years actually with the Zincs is the aggression that Ben has on net. Very difficult to keep the ball away from him. He has really good quickness as well as good hands. There he just, you know, stepped over, took the drive that Paloma hit and easily volleyed it away. So we're at love 15. So definitely seeing a shift in momentum here.
Great first serve. Fantastic serve by Paloma. A lot of pace on that ball.
Very timely, good serve. Gets him back in this game. We're at 15 all. As I noted earlier, they don't want to be in a position here to be down 2 breaks here in this second set. Again, a miss into the net. And as we talked about, that's some of the pressure that Ben Zink is going to put on you. That ball's returned there. It was stayed low to her feet, and you just don't know which way Ben's going to go. And puts a lot of pressure on the person back at the baseline.
Nice first serve again. Oh, great shot there. Ben looking to be ultra aggressive, thinking the ball was going to go down the line. Overread that, and Paloma went in behind him. Great play by her. We're 30 all.
Yeah, and not sure in that particular case that Ben needed to be that aggressive, but overall his aggression definitely is a positive for the team. So, you know, it's kind of one of those mistakes that you can forgive, you know. And as we saw yesterday, you know, a lot of times Ben is, you know, can be very, very aggressive, but Lindsay does a great job of adjusting to that. If he makes a cross, she'll cross in back of him. They do a pretty good job of coordinating that. Between the legs play and then a final put away.
Terrific play. Looks fancy. Tremendous tweener. A tweener half volley, and then a poach for the easy winner.
Certainly a game with which we're not familiar there.
A level of tennis that I like to watch. And it results in an ad point for Paloma and Christian as they look to get on the board. And the significance, we've talked about this throughout the weekend, but also in prior years, holding the ladies' serve in a competitive match like this is key. If Paloma gets the hold, it will then be Lindsay's serve, and the pressure will be back to the Zinks to hold on her serve.
And again, we have not seen Lindsay serve yet, so we look forward to that. See if they can get the hold here. Ben with a push to return wide. Tried to bite off a little too much there. And we're at 2-1 with the Zinks leading here in the second set. Again, a hot, humid day here. Players toweling off. I'm sure both teams, Mark, would like to get off the court as quickly as they can, but we expected this actually to be a fairly tight match, and so far that's exactly what we're seeing.
The way the seeds laid out, you're right, Bill. These are the 2 and 3 seeds, so we expected a very tight semifinal. Both teams obviously progressed through yesterday's bracket, and here we are with the Zinks up a break in the second set after Christian and Paloma took the first set. So 2-1 Zinks, Lindsay serving to Christian and Paloma.
All right, we're getting set for play here. Switching sides of the court. Again, we've talked a little bit, throughout the tournament, Mark, about the effect that the sun has on play here. It can affect the server when they throw their toss up, looking into the sun, having to make alterations, and also in the case of when, you're hitting overheads. Lindsay serving. 2-1, Zinks leading here in the second set after dropping the first set.
Paloma gets a look at a second serve early in this game.
Good second serve. Paloma nuts that ball. The Zinks off to a good start here in Lindsay's service game. Obviously, we talked about this being a very critical game to try to basically consolidate the break that they have and take a 3-1 lead here. We'll see here what Christian's able to do with her serve.
You would expect Ben to be active here. Great hands by Paloma. So yeah. Lindsay decides to get out of the cross-court rally and drives it right to Paloma's backhand for an easy put away, 15-all.
Yeah.
I think as you've commented a couple of times already, we expect Ben to be very active. He was stationary on that particular point, probably looking for his opportunity, but there won't be too many of those. We would expect him to be very, very active.
And I think that, that basically shows you some of the respect that he has for Christian's game there.
But there we are again right away. Probably felt like I wasn't active enough in the last point, so I'm going to go poach. Paloma saw it coming, easy down the line, and a little bit of pressure out on Lindsay's serve here at 15-30.
We'll see what Ben does here, whether I think will probably depend on whether she gets the first one in. I wouldn't expect Ben to be extremely active here on the second one. Based on what I've been seeing so far, I obviously could be wrong. Yeah, Ben staying pretty much put there.
There he went, and actually Christian drove it wide. Went for a little more than he needed to, given that Ben went with the poach. But again, after that first point of seeing Ben be stationary, he's been very active on the next 2 points. And we're at 30-all. Christian would like to have that one back, obviously. For him, a fairly easy forehand down the line.
Yeah. And on the next change of court, we're going to have John Davis with us, Mark. Talk a little bit about a program he runs for youth and getting them involved in the tennis game.
Fantastic.
30 all here. Great dig there by Paloma. She drives that one a little long though.
And the Zincs get to an add-in.
Again, the quality of tennis here that we've seen over the weekend, Mark, has been tremendous. Players, terrific players all around. And, you know, we're definitely seeing it again in this semifinal match.
I was expecting Ben to play Australian there to give Christian a different look. He gets a look at a second serve here.
Again, you know, as I just mentioned, I think he's got a lot of respect for Christian's return game, and, you know, he just isn't going to be in a position to really make a lot of movement. Going to become a volley valve.
Great shot, great hands by Ben, and they get the hold.
They get the hold. He caught the baseline there, it looked like.
And they go up 3-1. They consolidate the break.
And we're back to Christian, who had his serve broken here to start the second set, Mark. They were off to such a great start there, winning the first set, and then the Zincs immediately, you know, battled back and took the first game of the second set, and from there on, we've seen service holds. Serving at one game to 3, Zincs in the lead.
Great return by Lindsay down the line. And again, we're seeing that emotion and energy from Ben, as we expect. Love 15.
We'll see where he goes here. He's been trying to roll that ball over into the backhand, but there he tried to go down the tee.
Another backhand down the line. Two great shots by the Zincs back to back, and early pressure again on Christian's serve at love 30.
Two really great shots right down the line in both cases.
Backhands.
Over the high part of the net. You know, that's just terrific.
Christian looks very comfortable at the net. Obviously, a reason why he's serving and volleying. He's very patient there. That ball got on him. He actually had no issues hitting a forehand at Ben's feet for 15-30. Big serve in a net game. Not something we see a lot of these days.
Oh, that's just
too
spectacular volley.
Unbelievable shot. We were getting ready to have all four players at the net, which again has been very uncommon throughout the weekend. And Christian said, no need to get everybody at the net. Let me just put this away. Fantastic backhand volley. Looked like one of yours from just a few weekends ago.
Yeah. In my dreams. We're at 30 all here. Good serve there. Just too
good.
Too strong. Christian too good there. Really nice 1-2 combo. And we talked to Jenny Goodling about that yesterday, about, you know, that 1-2 combo, how serving and then trying to end the point with the second serve, but Ben again going and back of Paloma.
Yeah, and we'll get back to deuce.
And we're back to deuce.
Again, some pressure here on Christian's serve. We're 1-3 second set. Christian and Paloma took the first set, but down a break in this second. Great hands by Ben.
Lindsay almost flicking that ball over the net. That would have been a difficult ball for Paloma to handle. But we have that in here, and we'll see if Christian can serve here and close this out. He started to go to Ben's forehand here. We'll see if he rolls this. I expect maybe he'll roll this to the backhand. He does. And they get the game?
They get the game. And as you had said, Bill, we'll get ready for the crossover. We're fortunate to be joined by John Davis, a longtime tennis great from our local area here in York, a competitive player who has been nationally ranked many, many times throughout the years, and continues to play the game of tennis, local businessman now. John, thanks so much for joining us. I think you want to bring us a little bit up to speed on Tennis for Kids, but before that, tell us about the level of play you're seeing and how much you're enjoying the play this weekend.
Oh, this is amazing, amazing play out here at Country Club of York. The level is very high, and what's really exciting about it is we've got so many local players that are playing at this level that I don't ever remember. Back in the day, there were a couple guys that could play at this level, but now you're talking a half a dozen people, especially Elizabeth Ionescu. She's creating a lot of buzz in the area. She's 15 years old, playing at literally a world-class level. So it'd be great if you had the opportunity to come out Country Club of York to see some of these players. Ben Zink has been around for a while. Lindsay has been around for a while, but they're excellent players, and they maintain a high level of play.
Thanks so much for that. And one of the reasons you might have felt like there weren't that higher quality of players back in the day is because you were at the top of that list, and folks were having trouble staying at your level. So congratulations on your success in the tennis world as well as professionally. Talk a little bit about Tennis for Kids as we get ready to get the action back going. Ben serving 3-2.
Tennis for Kids is a program that's been around about 30 years now. I've been involved with it about 15 years. Hank Merges was the founder of Tennis for Kids. We've got 1,600 children year in and year out that participate, which is the largest, I would think, in the country. And maybe we'll come back. I see the matches coming back, getting tight. I'll defer to you two at this point, Mark.
Oh, great shot by Ben. To your point, John, obviously tennis over the years has been seen more of an elite sport, if you would, that takes some resources. Talk about how Tennis for Kids gets folks in local communities who maybe don't have the resources involved in the game.
That was the original intent, was the inner city, Penn Park, those areas, and it was so popular that it expanded out into the suburbs. So it's really reaching both type of kids now. But normally we expect the kids, if they can't afford lessons, which most people can't with lessons as expensive as they are, Tennis for Kids gives them an opportunity to get the basics going, and then if they're really interested, maybe take it from there.
And locally, John, we're 15 all here. Great shot there by Christian. So we'll keep you posted on the scores. Bill will keep us clean there, 15 all. The Tennis for Kids is located in different locations, and how does the coaching work? Who runs the different locations? How does that work? And how would folks get involved? Two separate questions.
Well, Tim Law is the president for Tennis for Kids, and if you look up Tennis for Kids York, PA, on the internet, that'll get you started. But every year we run a 6-week program for children that sign up. It's free. We provide rackets, balls for the kids that don't have them. So we really we want to be inclusive of everyone. If they have any interest in tennis at all, I'd highly recommend it. It's such a great lifetime sport. Well, Bill and Mark and I are sitting here. We're still playing. We're still enjoying the game, and that's really what makes it so special.
Serving at 30-15 here. Zink's off to a good start in this game. Christian drives that ball long, and Zink's in the driver's seat in terms of holding onto their serve and consolidating this break again. Up 3-2 here in the second set. Last time Paloma hit a great return, but Lindsay was up to it and actually able to make a really good volley and a solid hold there by Ben Zink, and we're at Zinks are up 4-2 here in the second set, turning the tide after dropping the first set 6-3.
John, as you look at the game over the time that we've all been involved in it, and you look at the mixed doubles and even doubles, the certainly we were talking with Jenny yesterday about the equipment and less folks coming to the net. What's been the biggest change in the game and the strategy of the game from when you started playing?
You know, I think one of the things that I played college tennis at Penn State, and we didn't really emphasize training, off-court training, the way they do today. The off-court training is intense today. It allows the players to play at a higher level, and also keeps them away from injuries. So there were a lot of injuries, 30, 40 years ago, but I really attribute a lot of that they didn't stress the training the way they do now in the colleges. So I'd say half the time, even more than that, some of the top players are spending off-court training, which is really a benefit for everyone. And as you get older, it's a benefit. Sometimes older we don't want to go into the gym, but it's an incentive to go into the gym, stay healthy, so you can play a little higher level tennis.
We were talking to Jenny Goodling a little bit about that yesterday, and she said you just don't realize how hard these players train and what they do physically to get themselves in shape, and the commitment that they have to make versus, you and I both play college tennis, and playing college tennis now is an entirely different commitment than it was back in our day.
Absolutely, no question about it. I'm going to tell a little quick story after this point about training. Two of the local players that were in this tournament.
30-15 for Christian and Paloma, serving down 2-4. Oh, great shot making. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Elizabeth and Mark Coons were training at a local gym that I go to too, and I was talking to them a little bit, and then next to them while they were training a little bit, and Elizabeth was showing Holden Coons how to do lunges properly, and they were really tough. She was doing them on a bench, and Holden said, "Those are too hard for me." I hope Holden's not listening, but it's true. I wouldn't tell. So Elizabeth works very hard at her off training.
Well, and it's a great point. So how the training has changed over the years. Even Holden, just now graduating college and moving on to the next stage of his life, versus Elizabeth still coming up through as they continue to improve and make improvements to the fitness side of the game.
Yeah, it's just amazing how hard they work off the court. You have to. Now Elizabeth has a little bit of a bonus that her dad is a fitness instructor, so he really, I think he's been a big plus, and I'm sure she would say the same thing, to have a dad like that he loves tennis, but he didn't really have a tennis background, but he has a huge fitness background, and I think that's transition to give Elizabeth a little step up against some of the other players that may not have that background.
Add in here, Bill, Paloma and Christian looking to get a hold.
As we've talked about, that's one Christian I'm sure wishes he had back. Good return by Ben.
He was right there, and he was actually ready for it, and just dropped his racket face just the slightest amount, hits the tape, and we're back to deuce.
And the Zincs in their return game are doing a good job. They've been mixing it up, taking the ball across court, and they've been also taking the ball down the line with a great deal of success. And that's how, in this case, when Paloma's serving, it's helping to neutralize Christian at net, because they've had success going behind him. Is he going to actually make the poach, or is he going to stay home? So they've been able to force him to stay home probably a little more than he might normally do, and that's been a real plus for them in terms of putting stress on their opponent's service games. Ben going to take a look at a second serve here. Add in again.
Tried to do a little too much with that forehand, and Paloma and Christian get the hold. We'll go to the next changeover at 4-3 for the Zincs. Still up a break. John, some other thoughts all the way back to Tennis for Kids. Thanks for sharing so much time with us, and thanks for your passion for the game and for our community on so many different levels. What else didn't we touch on related to Tennis for Kids that you'd like to comment on?
Well, you asked me a question, and I didn't quite answer it on how we service all these kids. When you got 1,600 kids, we have probably 50 volunteer, I'm going to say older tennis players that volunteer their time that teach tennis, and then we've probably got another 50 or so that are paid. And we actually have more than 50 that are paid, and those pretty much comprise of high school players and college players. So without the support of the community and these kids, then they don't get paid a whole lot. Without the support of them, Tennis for Kids wouldn't be functional. As as a lot of businesses are today, employees are hard to find. But we've been very fortunate that tennis, is a pretty big thing in the York County area. And I think Tennis for Kids has helped continue that, because you get these kids teaching a little bit, and they get a little more involved as high school players and as college players. And I think it's all a good thing. And then you have tournaments like this, and then we've got another big tournament in Harrisburg coming up that'll be similar to a men's tournament that Holden Coons will play in, that add a little bit of steroids to the tennis community. It gives us all a little jump. And so we're very fortunate to just have, and again, Mark and Bill, people like this that continue to support the game. It's a great sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, in terms of bringing extremely high caliber tennis, each one of our South Central Pennsylvania communities has an event. Obviously, we're doing the Groft Charity Classic 10th annual, the Metzger for the professional ladies in Lancaster, and then to your point, the tournament in Harrisburg. The name's escaping me. It's been around for a while.
That is the Metzger.
That's the Metzger,
yes.
Yeah.
And then we've got the big tournament, the big women's tournament that comes up in another couple weeks. In
the Kozer.
The Kozer.
The Kozer.
Yes.
I got my names backwards.
Yes,
The Metzger in
Kozer.
Harrisburg for the men, and then the Kozer for the ladies in
Yes.
Lancaster.
And I'm sure it's already been mentioned, but Elizabeth is in the main draw of that tournament. So I would encourage everybody to come out, find out when she plays. We don't know yet, but when the draw comes out, and support her.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Key game here, Mark. Lindsay Zink serving, trying to, again, consolidate that break. The Paloma and Christian keep hanging around in this set. Still done a break, though.
You would expect Ben, again, to be very active here. If he senses that they're putting a lot of pressure on Lindsay, you would expect Ben to be very, very active at the net. John, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate you coming by. Thanks for all you do for our community.
Thank you, Mark, Bill.
Yeah,
Good
always
see
great
both
to
of
see you.
Thank you.
We're now 15 all here in this game. The Zinks are up 4-3. In a little bit, we're going to be joined by another guest. As we had told you all weekend, we'll have different folks here. We're very fortunate to be joined by one of our main sponsors, UPMC, and we'll chat a little bit with Dave here in a little bit. That ball got put out of the court literally. Great shot by Ben. And we'll get Dave here in a little bit to introduce himself and his role at UPMC, as again we continue to play out the 10th annual Groft Charity Classic, all proceeds benefiting the York Opioid Collaborative. And as Bill and Mike Groft had talked about earlier today, our sponsors are such a huge part of this particular event. 30-15, Bill, and now 30 all. Some stress on Lindsay here in this key game in the middle of the second set. The Zinks looking to hold to get to 5-3, and certainly Christian and Paloma looking to get the break to get to 4 all.
Yeah, this has been an outstanding match to watch so far. Zinks taking control of this second set early and still up a break.
Ben misses a volley that he absolutely would love to have back. And now we've got a break point, Bill. Some additional stress on the Zinks here as they look to hold to cement that break again to get to 5-3. Christian's going to get a look at a break point opportunity.
Huge point here. This is the key point of the match so far. Tried to go in back of Ben Zink, expecting him to come cross court, drives it long. We're back to deuce. So really nice serve there by Lindsay Zink. deep in the box, took it over toward the middle, and Ben was definitely shading over. It looked like he expected maybe Christian would go behind him a little bit. So
yeah, looked a little loose on the forehand side for Christian there. Again, I think he'd like to have that one back. Got a little jammed, it looks like. We're deuce, 4-3, Lindsay serving. Another great serve by Lindsay, just a tremendous serve.
And again, we've talked about Ben being so active at net. It's very difficult to get the ball by him. He's got great hands, he's got great quickness and good court sense. So that combination, it's always been a real pleasure to watch him play because, he's just kind of all over the place. He just seems to be everywhere. Now the Zincs with an opportunity to consolidate that break again, and Christian misses the drive again.
Another forehand deep. Dave, if you'd be so kind, introduce yourself. We'll get you started here before we get back into the action. It's 3-5, 5-3 the Zincs in second set. Again, Dave from UPMC. Please introduce yourself, your role, and we'll get into some Q&A if you'd be so kind.
Sure thing. Hey, gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. David Botero with UPMC Health Plan, and joining you visiting today from Harrisburg. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great having you, David. Look forward to chatting with you here in a little bit. We are 3-5 Christian serving. Great serve there. Just a tremendous amount of spin, Bill.
Yeah.
That thing really hopped up coming off the hard true, and Lindsay really had no choice but to try to lob it, and Christian gets the easy overhead.
And as we've talked about, a serve like that, we call it basically a kick serve. It hits and it bounces up very quickly, and the receiver has to recognize that and get in and step in and take that ball before it rises too high, or it's very difficult to play. I personally hated playing people that had kick serves back in the day.
Lindsay called the serve just deep. Ben was playing it. Christian saw the out call, and we're moving to the second serve.
And Ben playing it really as he should.
Great ball over Paloma's head there. Now you tell me that you didn't like the kick serve. If I'd have known that earlier in our careers when we were playing each other, I'd have used more of, not that I had a great one, but now you tell me.
Now I tell you.
15 all, Christian and Paloma serving 3-5, trying to stay in the second set. And as you had commented, Bill, in this heat, again, not to be lost, is the longer this match goes on, Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Coons get an advantage for having been off court in a quicker way. Ben misses for him, a fairly easy put-away shot, 30-15 for Christian and Paloma.
Paloma really not hitting that volley exactly how she wanted to. That really should have been an easy put-away for her, but she put it on Ben's racket and he was unable to finish it. So, and we thank Dave for, by the way, taking the trip from Harrisburg down to see us. That's not a short trip, and your support of this event has been, critical to us through the years, and we really greatly appreciate it. We've had great crowds out here yesterday, and today, the crowds are starting to pick up here as we drift through the morning. We expect to have a packed house here for the final, which we expect will start probably a little bit around noontime or a little thereafter. Good serve there by Christian.
And we get the hold. David, tell us about your role at UPMC and why the York Opioid Collaborative is something that UPMC feels is a good endeavor to support.
Sure thing, most certainly. And it is a pleasure to be here because taking this trip, it's just down the road, really. And this has always been circled on our calendar, both from UPMC Health Plan and with my family. We always visit with my family. They're enjoying the pool, and we always appreciate the hospitality, the great camaraderie and fellowship with everyone. I work in the multicultural marketing department with Marketing and Innovations Division at UPMC Health Plan, and we take a lot of pride in supporting the Groft Charity Classic Tournament, and not only participating in it, but having an active and lending hand and contributing to or to assisting the York Opioid Collaborative, its mission, and everything that we do with our acute hospital care system, our treatment systems. And of course, I can't speak on behalf of our physicians and our medical staff from a medical standpoint, but we have a strong stand in education, prevention of opioid and awareness for opioid addiction. So this touches close to our heart, and it's a great personal and professional pleasure and privilege to participate in this on a yearly basis.
As you look at the collaborative, and you know better certainly than Bill and I at UPMC, all the different impacts you're seeing from the horrible addictions of the different opioids, how is UPMC continuing to look at the addiction and how best to try to mitigate and not treat per se? Obviously there's treatment involved, but how are you and the hospital trying to mitigate the damage on the local communities?
Sure, great question. Awareness and education are absolutely key and crucial on all levels, especially on the prevention level. And so it starts with me on the marketing side, our marketing brochures, our handouts, our websites, everything that we do to not only show support, but to inform both our members and our community at large throughout the Commonwealth about the effects and the dangers of opioid addiction and misuse. So we do stand with the families. We show great support in so many ways, but both education, awareness are key, and we among even working with, collaborating with other MCOs, we always want to start at an early age and work with the families together as well.
Bill, quick update on the action.
Yeah, we have Ben Zinks serving for the second set. Up 30-love at this point. Paloma has a volley there that easily should have been put away. She rushed it a bit, netted it, so the Zinks in good position here to potentially close out this second set and force a third set. We have our first cloud, I think, that passed through here today.
Not a threatening one, but
yeah,
a little bit of relief from the sun. David, obviously, as you're sitting here, you were whispering in my ear that you thought if we could give you a racket, you would be down there competing with these folks. Is that one of the goals for you for next year?
I think you were talking to somebody else, because on my tombstone, I'm happy to be here, and we've been here for several years, but I'm the guy that's farthest from a racket, as I proudly stand, and farthest from a pickleball paddle. I'm a handballer. And
oh, there you go.
Yeah,
there you
and
go.
so I understand and am empathetic to the sportsmanship, the hustle, the communication with the players. I have a couple. If I had time, I would do all the shout-outs to all my partners as I partner up with them, my doubles partners, as we play competitively in this region, but just most recently in Virginia and in Maryland. We have a tournament coming up in Virginia. So that's handball. That's checkers and chess today. And
congratulations.
Thank you. But we play also on a pretty high level, and so I take a lot of pride watching these athletes. I've read about all of them, their accomplishments on the collegiate and I think semi-pro level, and they're amazing because I know what it takes with respects to fitness and diet and exercise, conditioning, staying focused and in the game. So that's always important.
Yeah. No, thanks so much. And David, thanks for taking the time to stop over and chat with us, but more importantly for UPMC and your personal investment of time, as well as the dollars from UPMC to support this great event. Really appreciate having you today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's a great investment on our part, and we're proud to be a sponsor and a contributor and hopefully part of the solution. And we are grateful to the Groft family for hosting such a wonderful event, and to all of you for helping with the broadcast, and especially to the athletes and their families that are here to support them. Ultimately, sports are entertainment, but sports are also ingrained in our spirit, sometimes in our DNA, and it's fun to watch, fun to participate, and really, really fun to look forward to playing at this level. So it's very inspiring. But all of this comes in the name of bringing awareness and ultimately prevention for the opioid crisis. So it's wonderful that we can marry the two and bring awareness with such a great event. And I thank you all for having me on today.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Really
you so
appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
The Zincs closing out the second set with a fairly routine service hold, so we're going to go to the third set. Both teams at this point the crew here is going to sweep the courts and prepare for the third set. We're going to take just about a 5-10 minute break here, and we'll be back with the third set action. And we look forward to that. We will see you later on.
Hi, I'm Rocky Bladder. You know, as a veteran and former NFL athlete, I know staying healthy and partnering with your doctor is important. That's why UPMC for Life offers 5-star Medicare Advantage plans that provide excellent dental, vision, hearing, and prescription benefits. The UPMC for Life Flex Spend Card gives you up to $1,000 additional dollars for your health care. Your health care dollars, your choice. Get in the game. Call today for free information.
Rudders is made for you. Order ahead with our mobile app. We are your morning stop. Your quick lunch break. Your last-minute dinner plans. And your late-night snack. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
Today, there may be feelings of despair, anxiousness, or maybe it's even become worse.
Relationships seem unattainable, unrealistic, and the light at the end of the tunnel, that burned out a long time ago.
But tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow could bring hope.
Hope in your situation.
Tomorrow could bring healing.
Healing within yourself and the relationships you share.
And tomorrow could bring wholeness.
Wholeness to the person you are, and wholeness to the life you experience.
Let's take a step toward tomorrow
by seeking help today. At WellSpan Philhaven, we want to help you live a well-balanced life.
Our more than 300 highly credentialed therapists and doctors care for the whole person.
Mentally, physically, and spiritually.
For over 65 years, WellSpan Philhaven has provided a safe place for people facing behavioral and mental health challenges.
As part of WellSpan Health, WellSpan Philhaven will continue to provide patient-centered care in new and better ways. With more than 27 locations in Dauphin, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Adams counties, we're here to help you find hope, healing, and wholeness.
Together.
Today.
Tomorrow.
Back to the action here in the third set. Christian serving. Pushes that volley wide. The staff here took the time to sweep the courts, and we're back for the third set here in the semifinal match. Great serve allows Paloma to get an easy put away. Sorry I missed the first point as we took a quick break there. We'll get that point here in a moment. Someone is up 15-30 or 30-15. Serve out wide. Ben gets a look at a second serve. And that was out as well. Looking to do a little bit extra there, given Ben's solid return game. Another great serve. Paloma, though, only able to get a piece of that off of her racket. As we work on this, again, first game of the third set, Christian and Paloma serving. Break point for the Zincs right out of the gate. And a great serve by Christian to eliminate that break point. A phenomenal serve. Bill, we're just getting back and getting going. The courts have been swept to provide, and new balls. The players are provided with a clean surface as well as new balls for this all-important third set of the second semifinal. We expect a really competitive third set here. Christian getting it started. Got back to deuce. The Zincs had a break point, but Christian eliminated that with a tremendous serve against Ben. And so we're sitting here at deuce, game one. Really critical juncture. Again, you don't want to give up that early break like they did in the second set. Lindsay,
they've had a surprisingly difficult time holding Christian serve.
Yeah, given the
Paloma
skill.
not very aggressive at net, not creating a lot of problems for the return team. And even though Christian has a very, very strong serve, there's not a lot of pressure on them in terms of worrying about Paloma at net and what she's going to do and if she's going to make a move across and cut the ball. So
I think it's a great comment.
But obviously a key game. Another great serve and a great follow-up. Oh, couple of great shots.
Just unbelievable shot making. The caliber of play there, Bill. There were 2 or 3 shots that were just extremely high level. And ultimately, Christian and Paloma get the hold coming out into the third set, and we're at 1-love.
Sorry, Mark, I was a little slow getting back to the action here. Just trying to catch the end of the final at Wimbledon, actually. And Alcaraz up 3 match points and on his serve, I was unable to convert. So it was back to deuce when I came out here. So we'll see what happens there. But back to this action. Critical third set. Last set, Christian lost his serve right out of the chute, and they got in a little bit of a hole here. Now the pressure really is at early juncture of this set is back on the Zincs. Again, one of the things that we talked about is the length of time that these semifinalists are on the court. There will be a fairly significant break in action between the semifinals and the finals, but it's a very hot, humid day. And certainly both teams want to get off the court as quickly as possible to give them the best opportunity in the final. But there's no final if you don't win the semifinal. So Paloma again trying to drive the ball at Lindsay is unsuccessful there. So first point of this game to the Zincs.
15-love on serve. Love won in the third set. The Zincs took the second set after the first set was taken by Christian and Paloma. We're expecting a very competitive third set. Serve was deep, and Ben went for a little bit extra, and we're 15 all.
He recognizes the strength of Christian's return. He really tried to roll that ball just deep in the box, you know, allow him to close net a little bit, and just pushed it a little bit long. So we're 15 all here. Mark, I was kidding Ben in the parking lot about the number of shirts he wears, and I think he's on shirt 5 here.
At least. And as you said yesterday, you and I would be on a similar type of thing. There are a number of pounds being carried on that extra weight of the sweat of the shirt. There's no question.
Yeah. And I'm sure all the players here are very focused on, you know, the absolute critical need to stay as hydrated as possible. Great serve there. Lindsay with like a little bit handcuff there. Lucky to get away with that, actually.
They were able to your point, lucky that they had lost the advantage that they gained from Ben's serve, but it ended up working out. You noted earlier, too, and we'll get this the next time around with when Ben is serving, where Christian is standing. He's almost back against the stone wall trying to return that serve. That was a tremendous serve. That actually afforded him the opportunity a split second longer to get that back. Didn't do much with it, but it is interesting, his placement. Let's keep an eye on that.
Christian just missing that. Wishes he had it back. Looked like a fairly easy conversion.
From here, Bill, he's got an interesting style. He's free-flowing, and he's out there doing his thing.
Yeah.
We're 1-all on the serve, third set.
And this will be Paloma's first look at the sun. I see her looking up there, wondering if it will impact her toss as a left-hander here. She could be looking right into that sun. This could be interesting for her. You can see it right in her eyes. Second serve.
Backhand, forehand rally. Both men looking for opportunities to poach. Ladies are not giving him that till now. Ben was on the move that time. Lindsay's depth of shot was a little bit stronger than Paloma's, and they get the early first point.
We talked a little bit about how deep Christian's taking his service return. One of the things that does leave you it leaves you a little bit susceptible to balls that can get swung wide on you, because you lose your angle on that, and it's harder to cut that ball. We'll see if that becomes a factor, and the Zincs try to take advantage of that as we move forward here in the final set, Mark.
We saw at the conclusion of that second set, Paloma using a lot of spin on her serves to bend to the backhand. She tried to go up the middle that time. She goes back to where she's been on the second serve.
Zincs looking to take that net. Ben just a little aggressive with that volley, had set that up very nicely. I thought that Ben might just settle in and let that cross-court battle kind of play its way out.
Yeah.
I think he has a little advantage there versus Paloma, but he saw the opportunity to get into net, really kind of got a volley.
Up in his eyes, he had a good look at it.
Yeah.
15 all. Good serve to Lindsay's backhand. She tried to do a little too much with that going down the line, maybe. 30-15 Paloma and Christian serving. 1-all second set. No breaks, obviously, out of the gate here. Each point is really in this third set going to be telling. Where will the first break come from? And to your point, Bill, the longer this match goes, the more physical toll it takes on the players. The team who wins looking to have another match in the finals. Great serve by Paloma, deep in the box. Ben catches the top of the net, and we're 40-15, Bill.
That was an outstanding serve. Again, she didn't hit it with a tremendous amount of velocity, but it was deep in the box and a little bit in on Ben's body. It made it a difficult drive for him. And they have the opportunity to hold serve here and take it to 2-1 here in the third and deciding set. Paloma serving to Lindsay.
They get the hold.
Christian put some pressure on that return by Lindsay. She had to push that ball a little bit further, and he made it a very difficult window for her to hit in terms of hitting that ball cross court. She just pushed it a touch wide, enabling Paloma to hold serve, and we're at 2-1 here in the final set. Again, hot and humid here. We've got a little bit of wind moving, but not much.
We see off in the crowd right now, we have the USTA judges here ready for the final match. As always, the final match is actually chaired by a USTA official, and they are here getting ready for this final match. But being a bit of a sun dodger right now, as most of the fans are, it's very hot and humid again today. We didn't have the relief that we had first thing yesterday morning with the cloud cover. It's been full on sun, except for one small little break a bit ago. On serve, Lindsay 1-2 third set. Great first serve. She's continued to serve very well in this match, Bill, at least a little bit that we've been able to watch.
Yeah, we've seen her in previous years. I think, her hard work down at the University of North Carolina continuing to pay off as her game continues to improve. She also works regularly with her dad, George Zink, as a coach, and outstanding young player.
You jinxed her again. You had that effect yesterday when you threw the accolades out. Unfortunately, came up short on those serves. 15-all.
Critical game here. The Zinks cannot afford to get down 3-1 moving into Christian serve. So 15-all. That ball drifts a little long, so Paloma's going to get a look at a second serve here. We'll see how aggressive Ben gets here with poaching. It's going to be tough. Paloma incorrectly guessing that Ben was going to cross. She tried to play the ball behind him and just gave Ben an easy volley to put away. And we've touched on this many times in the last couple of days about the aggression of the net player and the impact that it has on the returner. And in that case, she was forced to choose, and which, it should be a fairly routine second serve return.
Great first serve. Another very good first serve. Christian got a look at a one-handed backhand, but he nets it, and we're 40-15 for the Zinks as we, again, continue on hold here in this third set. By the hand signals, Bill, if I looked at it correctly, it looked like Ben might be poaching here. Let's see how that works. That'll change up here on this second serve.
It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game, between Paloma returning here and what's Ben going to do. I think he'll stay home. He does, but again, that sets up a really easy play for Christian. Nice drive return there by Paloma. It's in here for the Zinks. We'll see if they can get this game and even up this second set at 2 games apiece.
Christian's going to get a look at a second serve here. He moves in a little bit closer. And he He nets the return, and we're 2-all, Bill.
Misses a pretty easy return there. I was surprised to see him miss that drive. And Paloma and Christian just seem like they're a little bit hanging on here. The Zink's still showing a good degree of energy. But as we've said, the conditions are very difficult for the players today.
Great first serve, high heavy topspin to the backhand. Christian gets the first point. You can see glimpses of his abilities and why he would have been a hitting partner for some of the best players in the world.
Ben pushing that one a little long.
30 love.
Feels like we have a little bit of a lull with the players here, does it not?
Yeah.
Is it my imagination? It just
No, it
seems
does
like
seem
the
a
energy
little
level
down.
on both sides is just down
Yeah.
a teeny bit, which you would find a little bit unusual here at the start of a deciding set. And I think it's indicative of the heat we're seeing out there.
Another great first serve. And he nets the overhead. Lindsay again, one more ball. Get the ball in play.
One more ball. Yeah,
30-15.
You can never tell what can happen. You know, regardless of how easy the shot might be. We saw one yesterday that was just unbelievably.
Oh, look at that shot, Bill. That's just unbelievable. Moving back in the back court, fading away, cross-court forehand. Again, the free-flowing game that Christian employs. We're 40-15. You don't see that shot at your Saturday morning games.
Yeah. That was a great shot there by Christian. He missed the second one, but again, he continues to want to try to get that shot down the line and back of Ben Zink, and he just hasn't been able to convert it. They still have an ad here. We'll see if Christian can convert and take it to 3-2 here in the third and deciding set. There's a great serve there.
Oh.
And
just a tremendous ball from Christian. Great serve, great overhead, the right play.
And again, you see the quality of these players. I mean, they're not going to hesitate hitting the ball exceptionally hard at the woman. And I mean, that's just the way it is. Everybody here understands it. Now, we saw a ball earlier that Ben hit, you know, right at Paloma, and, you know, so that's going to happen. And it's part of the game, and everybody understands that at this level.
It's the right play.
Yeah, it's the right play. Well stated.
We are 3-2, Bill. Again, still on serve. The first break will be key, whether it's during a game or we get all the way to the tiebreaker, but we haven't seen any real pressure yet on the servers to a degree of too much stress.
Yeah, we've had a lot of routine holds here to kind of start off the set. We'll see.
A little bit of cloud cover there coming in to benefit the players. The Zinks are going to be serving 2-3. Ben will be up next.
Again, I'm looking at the trees, and I guess you call that a hint of a breeze, but it's not much. It's just hot, muggy conditions here. And Ben here has been very solid with his serve. I almost can't remember a time that he's been broken here. He's just been very solid from start to finish. And not really seeing either of the teams even look to use the lob.
No, it has been absolutely been a ground stroke driven, drive it through you type of game.
And you often see that at this level, but I think that they could have some success actually, you know, trying to lob over Lindsay a little bit. We'll see if that comes into play here as the set rolls on.
It's a great point, and to further that point, with all four players when they are at the net leaning in, expecting the volley, a bit of surprise to go over them would be a nice change of pace. Ben drops a second serve into the net, and we're 15 all.
Again, a great afternoon here. Looking around, the crowd continues to swell. We have a lot of spectators rolling in to see the action here today, and overall been a great event.
Ben went for the difficult cross-court volley winner, and all of a sudden it's 15-30. A bit of stress on Ben's serve.
Christian, I thought, made a nice play there. He's missed some that he's gone behind him. He took a little bit off it and put it down low and made it a difficult volley for Ben, and Ben was unable to convert it. You know, as you said, trying to make that difficult cross-court volley. It's beautiful when it goes, but
yeah. Christian's going to get a look at a second serve here, Bill. 15-30. Stress point number one of the third set.
We'll see if he goes at Lindsay perhaps here.
Boy, he had a really good look at a forehand, and can't believe he hit the net on that. I mean, he had a terrific look at that. He knew exactly what was coming, was exactly where he wanted to be. He was going to go at Ben's feet, and he didn't get it over, so we're 30 all.
Again, very critical game here. At 3-2 in the... I'm sorry, what is the game? What is our game score here?
We're 3-2.
3-2.
2-3.
2-3. I was correct.
Of course you were. Great serve by Ben. Gets the ace, and 15-30 has now become an ad for the Zincs.
An easy point there is just what the doctor ordered for the Zincs. Really well done.
40-30, 2-3. And then now, if Ben's able to hold, then the ladies will be serving, and that'll become a key two-set of games there.
And likely where the match will be decided.
Ben finishes off the hold, and you are absolutely right. I think here is the key juncture of the set. We're 3-all. Paloma serving to the Zincs, and then coming out of the changeover after that, Lindsay will be serving. This is the critical juncture of the match. These next two games, I think, are really key to how this third set unfolds.
And it looks like, as you might say, this one's going to go the distance.
It certainly appears that way. Might even get all the way to a tiebreaker. And we did just, Bill was just kind enough to update me here. Carlos Alcaraz did just finish off the third set. He wins the 2024 Wimbledon Men's Championship. Unbelievable run for both of those players. Paloma serving 3-all, third set, second semifinal.
And our apologies to those of you who may have been recording. Not one of her better serves there. She looked like she got a little off balance. And again, I think the heat is a big factor here, Mark.
Yeah. And we're love 15. Again, we talked about the critical nature of these two games. Not the way she wanted to start off this game. Now Ben gets a service return, and let's see how she plays her first serve. Do we want to go up the middle with a bit of surprise, or take him out wide as she has been doing? She goes up the middle. Ben goes for
Ben overhitting that.
Forehand. Yeah.
We've seen a couple of loose errors out of Ben that we don't typically see here the last couple of games.
15-all.
She's definitely having a little bit of an issue with the sun.
Great hustle to stay in the point, and it ends up in an overhead. Wow, great hustle by Paloma. Ben left the drop volley a little bit deeper than he wanted to. And Paloma, great get, one-handed backhand, results in Christian getting an easy overhead, and we're 30-15. She went up the middle on this side last time, Bill. Let's see if she chooses that again, where she got the forehand error ultimately, or chasing him out wide.
I think she would like to go wide, but it could be that that sun is affecting her toss a little bit and forcing her to go a little bit more toward the middle. Some players, it doesn't really matter much. I think she is really having some issues with the sun.
And we're 30 all.
Particularly as a left-hander, based on where that sun is in the sky right now.
Critical stage of this game, Bill, 30 all. 2 double faults have allowed the Zincs to even up the score. Christian gets some help off of the net cord, and we're at 40-30. We'll take it.
I'm sure he felt bad, but it was just for an instant he felt bad.
I think the saying is sorry, not that sorry.
So add in here. Ben again with the miss.
Forehand air, and
Paloma, very solid game.
Paloma gets the hold, and we are now at 4-3. Christian and Paloma over the Zincs as we work the changeover. Now Lindsay will be serving in a critical game that the Zincs have to have, with Christian serving after her.
And again, Mark, we, Lindsay will be over here in the sun. However, she's a right-hander. I'm not sure. We'll take a look at her toss and we'll see how much the sun's affecting her. At this point, she's choosing to go without any kind of hat. Ben making his change on the hat, or shirt number 6, I believe. Players starting to take the court. This is it. We're really coming down to the end here, Mark. And
crucial game right here, Bill.
I mean, one of these teams is going to advance. At this point, it's been a pretty straightforward set. A lot of service holds. Neither team able really to make any inroads on the other one. It's been, basically 1-0, 1-1, 2-2, 3-3, 4-4.
Yep. No break yet.
Yeah. Well, it's not 4-4, but it's 4-3. So they've been tied at 1, 2, and 3 so far this set. Lindsay Zink to serve. Paloma doing a last-minute wipe down on that grip. You always want your grip as dry as possible so that you can hang on to the racket.
3-4 on serve, third set. Great first serve. Ben again with an unlike him error at the net. A few unforced errors from him that we're not used to seeing. Love 15. Each point of this game is obviously going to be magnified. Christian gets a look at a second serve. Let's see. He's not been able to take advantage of that with his ground strokes. Let's see where he goes.
Took a little off that, just trying to make that happen.
He did, and Paloma, great hands at the net, and all of a sudden, Bill, we're at love 30. Critical stage here for the Zincs. Stress level up significantly as they look to get a hold. Your point was a great one. Christian had been on a lot of those second serves going for a whole lot more. That one was much more controlled. Just get into the point. Ultimately, Paloma got two great hands at the net, two great looks, and ultimately they got the point. Love 30, Bill. Danger zone here. Second serve, Paloma.
Now, Paloma's shown the tendency to want to go behind Ben. We'll see what Ben does here. He stays home, Paloma, so they got in the match here fairly early. A mishit, but gets by the courts wide open.
And then
Ben trying to
get all the way back and serves him. Now we're at triple break point in this critical game of the match, Bill. Ben was very active on that poach. Paloma on the mishit, and mishit worked out in her favor. Clearly got it far enough cross court. He couldn't get it. She has to hurry. He has to hurry back over, and overbakes the volley. Love 40. 3-4.
And if we get the break here, Mark, we have Christian serving for the match. And
yeah. Three looks at this. The Zincs obviously taking it 1 point at a time here. Try to get their way back into this game.
And we'll see if Christian takes a little off this or hits it hard. It was just a good serve.
Great serve by Lindsay to get that first point on their side, 15-40. Great ball up the middle.
Yeah.
Really tremendous serve.
Christian looked like he was a little bit handcuffed. Ben was on the move. We'll see where Paloma goes with this return.
Another great serve by Lindsay. She quickly neutralizes that, and 2 break points eliminated. They're down to their last one for now. 30-40.
This is a game, Mark, if the Zincs can dig themselves out of this hole and get a hold here, it changes the whole complexion of the set. And, you know, this set decides the match. So we're at that point, you know, the point of the match is right now.
Right here. Great first serve.
Again, you see
Not
Christian
sure that's a rally.
just taking a little bit off of it.
Yeah, and it was enough.
Not trying to do too much with it, keeping the ball in play, and
He got that ball high and heavy on her forehand. It was a little too much, and they get the break bill, and now Christian will be serving for the match. Tremendous shot making again, much more controlled than we had seen him in other spots in the match. He was not trying to do too much, and then that last ground stroke, very high and heavy to her forehand, caused a miss hit. And now Christian and Paloma serving for the match. 5-3 third set, Bill.
good first serve. Sets. Oh, Lindsay with a great get. We'll see if it'll be enough. Christian forced to not really be able to hit that as hard as he wanted. And
Lindsay played a great point there. Ben over-engaged on that side. Lindsay was ready for that backhand, and
a little bit of a miscommunication there, actually.
Yeah, and then Ben forces the error. His over-aggressiveness forced that error. Lindsay was there for that ball. 15 love. Great get by Lindsay on that
volley, yeah.
Unbelievable get. And it gotten back to the point to neutral. Great
serve.
serve.
That is a great serve right there. And a great return.
Yeah. Ben again coming over.
I like the play that he's making right there. Playing that ball up the middle, forcing the Zincs to make a decision on who's going to play it.
Ben
again
taking
that
a
one.
Forehand error. Again, uncharacteristic of Ben. Quite a number of errors here these last few games. 30 love. 2 points from the match. Let's see what Christian does with this serve. If he goes for the outright ace or gets into the point and looks for a baseline rally. High heavy to the backhand creates triple match point, Bill.
Good serve there. He looks like he's really kind of saving his energy for when he serves to Ben.
I think he's going to hit this ball as hard as he possibly can. Let's see if it goes
to the backhand corner.
I think so. This is going to be a flat to the backhand corner as hard as I can hit it, I think, is my prediction. I think
Good
I
call,
was
Mark.
Pretty close. 40 love, second serve. Great return by Ben, and he drives
Ben
that
drives
out.
it long, and that's the match.
It's a great match. Christian and Paloma played very well in that third set. They get the one break at the end on Lindsay, and then they get the hold. So a great match. Bill, take our spectators on YouTube through next steps. We're going to sweep the court. We don't know the time yet, but we would guess a half an hour, maybe more.
I would
say
say
a thought there.
Probably we're looking at it's about 5 minutes of 12 right now. I would expect our start time to be more in the range of 1 o'clock, but you can tune in sooner than that. We don't want you to miss any of the action. I imagine they'll sweep the courts, set it up for the final with the umpire chair, and not sure if they're going to put any water on the court or not. That remains to be seen. So Christian and Paloma, they're going to go basically look for some air conditioning as fast as they can, and try to make sure they have themselves properly hydrated, and whatever nutrition they choose to take between the semifinals and finals. And it looks like it'll be an outstanding final, Mark. Again, I think that they played a long match here, and we knew that it would be a tall order to take down Coons and Scotty here. But you never know what's going to happen, and that's why they play the game. So the final should be coming here shortly. We're looking forward to a great one. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. We'll be back online here shortly.
And just a quick update, Bill. Nate Gambino just stopped by and tapped me on the back. The finals match will begin at 1:15 p.m. So an hour and 20 minutes from now, the final match of the 10th annual Groft Charity Classic will begin at 1:15 p.m. We look forward to getting back in just a few minutes before that. Thank you so much.
Thanks much. Bye.
Hi, I'm Rocky Blyer. As a veteran and former NFL athlete, I know staying healthy and partnering with your doctor is important. That's why UPMC for Life offers 5-star Medicare Advantage plans that provide excellent dental, vision, hearing, and prescription benefits. The UPMC for Life Flex Spend Card gives you up to $1,000 additional dollars for your health care. Your health care dollars, your choice. Get in the game. Call today for free information.
Rudders is made for you. Order ahead with our mobile app. We are your morning stop. Your quick lunch break. Your last-minute dinner plans. And your late-night snack. Rudders, why go anywhere else?
Today, there may be feelings of despair, anxiousness, or maybe it's even become worse.
Relationships seem unattainable, unrealistic, and the light at the end of the tunnel, that burned out a long time ago.
But tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow could bring hope.
Hope in your situation.
Tomorrow could bring healing.
Healing within yourself and the relationships you share.
And tomorrow could bring wholeness.
Wholeness to the person you are, and wholeness to the life you experience.
Let's take a step toward tomorrow
by seeking help today. At WellSpan Philhaven, we want to help you live a well-balanced life.
Our more than 300 highly credentialed therapists and doctors care for the whole person.
Mentally, physically, and spiritually.
For over 65 years, WellSpan Philhaven has provided a safe place for people facing behavioral and mental health challenges.
As part of WellSpan Health, WellSpan Philhaven will continue to provide patient-centered care in new and better ways. With more than 27 locations in Dauphin, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Adams counties, we're here to help you find hope, healing, and wholeness.
Together.
Today.
Tomorrow.
Out to the 2024 Groft Charity Classic. My name is Brittany Schutz. I'm the Executive Director at the York Opioid Collaborative. And on behalf of our Board of Directors, I just want to take this chance to say thank you to all of you, spectators, players, the Country Club of York, and the Groft Charity Classic Committee that works so hard to put on this amazing tournament every year. The York Opioid Collaborative, our mission is to create collaborations in York County to reduce the adverse impact of substance use. And substance use has wreaked havoc on many communities in York County. And through the efforts of the Groft Charity Classic, you are supporting our mission to continue the hard work to make a difference in York County and make the lives of our community healthier and safer. So I would like to say thank you for your support. Also want to just take the opportunity to say that we do have some resources up there if you guys would like to educate yourselves a little bit more about what substance use is and how it impacts families in our community. We do have resources, including Narcan, and we can provide a brief training on that. So again, on behalf of the Board of Directors for the York Opioid Collaborative, thank you for coming out and supporting this, and enjoy the match.
All right, guys, thank you for coming out today. I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to all four players here. On the far side in the white is Holden Coons. He played at JMU and Wake Forest this past season. He was the #1 doubles player in NCAA D1 this past year. His partner, Elizabeth Scotti from UNC, a 6-time All-American, 2-time NCAA doubles champion, and 6-time NCAA team champion. On the close side in the red, we have Christian Guevara. He played at Virginia Tech. He played on the ATP Tour and have wins over multiple highly ranked players, including was a hitting partner to Novak Djokovic. In the blue, Paloma Escobedo. She played at Ohio State, line 1 singles and doubles, was the MVP in 2010. Good luck to all players tonight.
Here we go. We're all set here for the finals at the 2024 Groft Charity Classic. At this point, the players are basically going to be going through warm-ups here, getting ready for the final here. Both teams have come through the draw, winning both of their matches. And both teams played this morning, winning their semifinal matches, and now we're on the court here for the final. Christian and Paloma had a nice win over Benzie and Lynn Zink. A very closely contested match, decided 6-4 in the third set in their favor. We're looking forward to seeing them against Coons and Scotti, who defeated Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu. A little bit of a local flavor in that match by the score of 6-0, 6-3. Coons and Scotti are 4-time champions of this event. Have always played very well here and are always a lot of fun to watch. This should be a very exciting final, Mark. It's Bill Long here with Mark Coons again. We've been calling the action this weekend, and what are your thoughts, Mark, as we head into this final match?
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Exactly as you had said, let's go through a quick introduction for those who might just be joining us. On the near side, Christian Guevara and Paloma Escobedo. Christian, as a reminder for those who heard earlier, raised in South Florida, highly ranked junior throughout, ended up going to Virginia Tech on a scholarship. And played at a very high level, as Nate Gambino, our director of rackets, had just mentioned, has been a previous hitting partner of Novak Djokovic. He currently runs an academy in New Jersey. He played last year here with a different partner, so this is his second year here. We're thrilled to have him back. He's a creative and interesting shot maker. His partner, Paloma Escobedo, has also been here previously with other partners. She played at Ohio State University some years ago, playing lines 1 and 2. So, again, a very accomplished player. They're playing our defending champs and actually overall 4-time champions, Holden Coons and Elizabeth Scotty. Again, the accomplishments for Holden and Elizabeth are numerous as their college careers just ended this year. Holden playing at Wake Forest University. Team went to the Final Four. He was ranked with his partner in #1 doubles team in the country for a period of time. Elizabeth won a college national championship as her team, North Carolina, as a junior. She was the deciding point and had a very successful this year as well. So, again, 4-time champs here. Certainly, I would think on paper would be seen as the favorites, given all of their success, but we're really looking forward to an exciting match as we get into this finals. One of the things that Bill spent a fair amount of time talking about in the semifinals is the aggressiveness of the net player, usually the male. So we'll see how Holden and Christian handle themselves at the net, how aggressive they choose to be with poaching and the aggressiveness on that side. Holden and Elizabeth Scotty are both very, very strong players at the net. So one of the dynamics we'll have to see is again, how active they are up at the net, looking for easy put-away points.
And Mark, I fully expect really Holden and Elizabeth really to come right at him. They both are very, very competent in the power game. They're both very active, competent net players, and I would expect them to come right at Christian and Paloma. So it'll be interesting to see out of the chute how it basically works out for them, and whether they're able to assert control and really get in and control the net action.
The other dynamic, Bill, we don't know how it'll necessarily play out, but it is extremely hot and muggy here. Christian and Paloma obviously had a 3-set second round match in the semifinals this morning. Let's see how that plays out in any way, shape, or form as we move into this final match. Holden and Elizabeth Scotty were able to get off court fairly quickly this morning. So we'll see how that dynamic plays out. I just did hear the line judge say that 1 minute left for some additional serves. We do, for those who are watching, we always have a USTA line judge with us, chair. And we have that again this year. He'll be making sure all of the scores and line calls are kept accurately.
Elected to serve.
So we're about ready to get started with the action here, and
he just called time, so here we go. He did say who won serve. I didn't hear what that was, but we'll find out soon enough here as we get kicked off in this final of the 10th annual Groft Charity Classic.
Yeah. In the semifinals, it's always a question as to who's going to lead off serving, whether it's going to be the male or the female player. In both cases, the male player started off for these respective teams. We'll see if that, stays true in the final. Coons and Scotty only broken once in their semifinal match, and that was a break of Holden serve that when they were up, pretty considerably in the second set. So it looks like Christian's going to kick things off here.
I would anticipate both men starting off with a serve as strong as their serves have been, to your point. And here we go. First point, Christian and Paloma serving first set.
Christian will need to serve well here. Coons and Scotty both have excellent returns of serve. So we're off and rolling here. Obviously, that was not his favorite feeling after that first one. Miss hit by Coons.
15 love.
15 love. What we saw in the semifinals, Paloma is not, she's a very competent net player, but she's not going to be extremely active up there. They are signaling, back there in a traditional doubles tandem, but if Christian's going to serve like that, there's a nice ace. They're off to a nice, comfortable start in his first service game.
He hits the ball very, very hard, Bill, as we were talking about earlier in the semifinal match. There's just a lot of pace that he generates from his technique. That ball comes off his racket very lively.
Great shot by Coons. Driving the ball up the middle. Christian electing to let the ball drop. I don't think he really had much of a chance of volleying it anyway.
Yeah, I think it was such a good shot by Holden. It would have been a stab just to try to get it back. 30-15. Great point by Holden there. Both teams start to acclimate themselves to each other.
And Christian definitely, it looked like he was taking a little bit off in the semifinal match. He is definitely not doing that in this case.
40-15.
We saw Paloma there just do a little bit of a poach. Scotty trying to go down the line with it, doesn't make the conversion. And they've got a comfortable 40-15 lead here in the Christian's first service game. And I think it's important for them to get off to a good start, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. And you see there Elizabeth a little late on the return, getting used to the pace of Christian's second serve. Look for that as we move along. Paloma doesn't want to give up that line. Elizabeth has a really strong backhand. That might come back into play later.
Great return by Holden. He kind of fought off that body serve, managed to get a good drive right at Paloma, and she was unable to handle it. They still have another service point here to get the hold to open up this match. I expect him again to come with that strong serve to the backhand. Nope, he would try to go up the forehand, so we'll see what Scotty's able to do with this one. Nice return. Ball missed wide there. Great volley by Coons. I think Christian was looking for him to come up the middle with that ball. At the last minute, he moved it over to his backhand. I think Christian the open court, but he was unable to basically drop the ball in there.
The first key for me on that was Elizabeth's really strong return of serve. Christian could only do so much with that first volley, and the advantage that he had gained off of the serve was negated right out of the gate, and then it became a quick back and forth with Holden. Great serve.
Advantage.
You do see Holden and Elizabeth again. They haven't seen this kind of pace on the serve, at least in this tournament. They've seen it before in their careers, certainly, but getting used to that pace. We'll see how that plays out as this match moves along. Took something off of that to create some more spin, and it worked. They get the hold. Christian and Paloma hold for first game as we get settled in here for the championship match. As you had said, Bill, obviously almost a requirement to hold out of the gate here. You don't want to get broke and get behind Elizabeth and Holden.
And we have a little bit of a change in the weather conditions. It had been, basically very few clouds in the sky. We've seen it starting to cloud up a little bit. We're seeing the breeze pick up just a little bit. We're hopeful that we can get this match in before any thunderstorms would hit the area. It's that time of year where you're not quite certain what is going to happen. So Coons and Scotty here, they're going to start off here with Holden serving. We're at love one here in the first set. And
Holden Coons to serve.
Great get by Holden, but no, it's going to drive out. Really nice shot by Christian there. Elizabeth didn't do quite as much as she probably wanted to do with that net volley. Gave Christian a decent look at a ball that Holden had to chase down. Love 15.
Match kind of starting off. Paloma and Christian, getting a little momentum here early.
Be curious to see how Christian handles return of serve here. He was very aggressive throughout that semifinal match until those last few games where he'd went a little more controlled and had some success. Great serve.
15 all.
And as we've said, they basically are going with that Australian formation with Scotty crouching over toward the middle of the court, giving Holden a signal as to whether or not she's going to move to her left or to her right, and making it difficult on the receiver.
Oh, great shot making.
Great play
there.
by Christian there.
15-30.
Great poach, and
He left early enough, but Holden didn't see him.
very, very well played by Christian there.
Quick note there, the baseline, it wasn't a rally, but those couple of balls Holden was hitting with a lot of pace, and Paloma had left a couple of balls a little bit shorter. Again, we'll see how these points develop. 15-30, Bill. A little bit of pressure on Holden here, starting.
Nuts the first serve, has the second serve coming here. Important point here. They don't want to go down double break point here early in the match. Christian with a great forehand drive right at Scotty. We've got double break point here early, Mark. Coons and Scotty digging themselves a little bit of a hole here early in the match.
As we talked about earlier, Christian gets an unbelievable amount of velocity off of his strokes, both serve and ground strokes. He crushed that forehand. Elizabeth literally had no time to react. Double break point, 15-40. Great serve.
It was interesting, had a little bit of a conversation with Holden before the game. His father had noted to him that he wasn't hitting much of that kick serve, and thought maybe he would use some of that in the final, and that it might be effective against Paloma, and right there we just saw it.
Great serve.
That gives her something else to think about here. Second break point. Great serve.
Caught a line.
Ball drifts wide, we're back to deuce.
And as we talked about earlier today, Bill, your great commentary, having that weapon and that big serve, there's two easy service winners because his serve is so large. We go from double break point to eliminating both very, very quickly and get back to deuce. It's such a weapon.
I couldn't have hit that serve with a broomstick, Mark. I mean, that was very well placed. Great lob by Scotty. Not really much of a play that Christian could make on that.
Went for the dramatic, the tweener. We saw him hit a tweener half volley in the last match that was unbelievable. That one was low percentage, of course.
That's a shot that I no longer attempt, Mark.
It's a shot I've never attempted, Bill.
So Coons and Scotty, they have the ad back here. Again, good serve by, nope.
Just back.
Serve back. Christian will get a look at Holden's second ball here. Would expect Scotty to stay home. She does.
Great return.
Paloma missing a volley that I'm sure she wishes she had back right on her racket. And we're tied at 1 game all. So both teams still feeling their way. We've had this conversation in every match that we've watched. We've seen both the male players serve now, and now we go into the 2 games where Paloma and Elizabeth will serve.
Paloma Escobedo will serve.
So we'll see what happens here and whether we'll see some of the first breaks of the finals match here today.
On the back line, great serve.
15 love.
Paloma doing an excellent job of locating the ball, which we've seen her do. You know, we saw her do in the semifinal match. We've seen it in the early going here.
$15 all.
15 all, Bill.
Good serve, holding a little bit more on top of that. Scotty with a
wow, great shot.
Great play there by Scotty.
15-30.
On
Great
top
shot
of both these volleys. And I'll tell you, Mark, clearly both of these players, both Christian and Paloma, are hitting the ball with more velocity than they hit it in the semifinal match. I mean, it's obvious to me. I'm not sure you're seeing the same thing, but they're...
Absolutely. And then to that point, Bill, Paloma clearly did not want to get into a baseline rally with Holden. She mixed it up, but Elizabeth was up to the task at the net. 15-30, Bill.
Again, both these teams continuing to get adjusted to each other, learning what the tendencies are of the other team, trying to determine whether they can be successful.
Great second serve.
Yeah, and a great return by Scotty. And again, over to Coons, and he easily puts that volley away. And
last 2 points, Paloma has tested the net player with down-the-line shots, and she didn't get the answer she wanted. We've got double break point, 15-40, Bill. Early stress on the Paloma Christian team. Great eye by Christian.
30-40.
Just deep.
She's doing a good job at this point. Paloma coming in, bringing that ball into the body of Coons. He's having a tough time driving that ball across court. There he took it right at Christian. It was a nice drive, but he just pushed it long.
Elizabeth gets a shot at a look at a second serve here on break point. Just back.
Game Coons and Scotty.
They get the break, Bill, off of a unfortunate unforced error on the double fault, and right away we've got our first break. Coons and Scotty get the 2-1 break, and now Elizabeth Scotty will be serving. This is what we've seen throughout the years here. The key is obviously the male has to hold, but what happens when the female is serving? In this case, Scotty and Coons get the break. Let's see if Paloma and Christian can return the favor against Elizabeth. In a moment, we're going to be joined by Josh Smeltzer with the Sides Advisory Group, one of our major sponsors. We'll look forward to catching up with Josh and asking him a little bit about why the sponsorship in this event makes sense for the Sides Group as they look at all of their opportunities for charitable donations. We'll look forward to chatting with him over the coming couple of games. We have Elizabeth Scotty serving up 2-1 first set here in the final. And Bill, again, this feeling out process. Let's see how aggressive Holden is going to be at the net. Christian and Paloma have not seen his aggressiveness unless they were watching, but they were playing at the same time. How aggressive is he going to be, and how can Paloma and Christian handle Elizabeth's serve?
I expect Holden to be very aggressive. He's got that skilled net game. Scotty has a great serve. You saw that. That was a nice get there by Paloma.
15 love.
But a very nice ground stroke there by Scotty. Put it right at Paloma's feet. And that's a difficult volley to make. She wanted to keep it deep, but the volley drifted long. So.
And you see Holden's confidence there. He stayed right at the net, and he stayed in the middle. He knew he had an ability to get to a wider ball. He felt very comfortable staying right in the middle.
We'll see what he does here, how Christian handles this return. This will be our first look at that. Then net court winner.
Sorry, not that sorry. Tough bounce there, and 30 love quickly. Josh, while they're collecting the balls, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Tell us about the Sides Group and your activities with the firm.
Yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Josh Smeltzer, one of the partners at Sides Wealth Advisory Group. We're a local financial advisory firm, work with both individuals on private wealth management and also with companies helping out with their corporate retirement plans.
Great, thanks for that. Real quick, back to the action. Paloma got a first serve there, Bill, and drove it down the line for a really nice winner. We're 30-15 in this game. Josh, Sides Group has been involved. They've been kind enough to be a sponsor for a number of years. Why does the funding for this event, with all the asks that you and your firm get, why is this event something that continues to be of interest to the Sides Group?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's really for two reasons. First and foremost, it's really for the calls. I mean, I think all of us, both, as partners in our own individual families and with so many of the clients that we work with, have been touched by the opioid crisis in this country and throughout the world. And just seeing the good work that this organization, this event does, and the collaborative does, really is what keeps us involved. But also just to see the passion of those who organize this, every year, making it better, bigger, getting new sponsors, and loving the tennis that they bring to it as well.
That's fantastic. Bill, a quick update, double fault, so 30 love is now quickly 30 all.
Right.
As Paloma and Christian get a look at getting that break back, but she clips the net with that one, and Elizabeth gets an ad chance here. Let's let this point play out, and then we'll get back to Josh. Really thank him for joining us this afternoon, and certainly more importantly, the kindness of the Sides Group and their continued partnership with the Groft Charity Classic. Holden thinking through strategy there, talking through which way am I going. As you've said, we expect him to be active.
Great return there by Christian.
And Paloma did
Holden
just
tried
enough
almost
with
to
it.
make a great save there.
Yeah. So Josh, we've talked with some of the other folks who've been kind enough to join us here in the booth. If we were to put a racket in your hand, would you be ready to head down there and play in the final?
It depends if you were putting it on YouTube or not. I think might decide if I'm willing to partake. I do enjoy playing tennis. Don't play as much as I would like, but I'm always a fan to pick up a racket and play.
That's fantastic. That's been great play.
What a shot there by Scotty down the line. Gives Coons and Scotty the ad here and a chance to take a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, the ability, Josh, to watch these great players is so much fun. It makes us duffers like myself on the weekend want to get out and certainly hit some balls. But if I try to do the things that they're doing, I would be come up woefully short.
Easy volley for Coons. Coons and Scotty take a 3-1 lead here. They consolidate the break here in the first set, Mark.
Josh, as we're here talking with Josh Schmelzer, has been kind enough to join us from Sides Group. Josh, your firm locally, talk a little bit about your firm and again, some of the services that you offer.
Yeah, that's a great question. The legacy, our firm has been together, the partners in our firm have been together for a number of years. We go by the name of the Sides Wealth Advisory Group, which is in remembrance of my former partner Scott Sides, who passed away 4 years ago, very unexpectedly. And within the last year, we've really transitioned to becoming an independent firm, which has been a big step in our process and the type of organization we want to be.
Congratulations, and again, sorry for the loss of Scott from so many years ago. 4 years already. It's crazy how time flies.
And we know that Scott was always a big supporter of our event, and we're really pleased that you've continued to support us over the last 4 years as well.
Yeah, we're happy to, and look forward to continuing to partner for many years in the future.
Bill, we're 30 love here as Christian and Paloma look to stay in this first set. Must-have game, I would say.
Good
Great
serve, return from Holden, drifts wide.
Great
Christian's had a couple of very comfortable service games here early, Mark. They're up 40 love here. In the semifinal match, he'd had a couple of games where his serve close to got away from him, but here he looks very solid. And they're doing a great job. There, Paloma very active. She goes over, poaches, takes the volley. She appears to have some sneaky quickness. You know, you wouldn't appear when you look at her that she's lightning fast, but she's in the right place at the right time and really understands the game. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, and they stay within shouting distance of Coons and Scotty. Again, that was a must-game have. They are down 3-2 when they come out of the break. Holden will be serving. Again, here with Josh Schmelzer, don't want to take up too much more of his time, but Josh, with this opportunity, tell us a little bit more about the partnership of the Sides Wealth Advisory Group and why the connection to the Opioid Collaborative makes so much sense to your team.
Yeah, like, just as I mentioned before, it's just really seeing a combination of what this organization supports, how many people it has touched on every level, every socioeconomic level. It doesn't matter where it comes from. We've all been touched by it, continue to be, unfortunately. But I think it's just realizing that, and seeing the collaborative in action and knowing that the money that we're putting towards this is going to good use. And I think those two things are really what make us happy to partner and continue to be part of this this classic every year.
Thank you so much, and again, really appreciate the time and treasure that the Sides Wealth Advisory Group has provided to the Opioid Collaborative and the cause here as we raise funds for our community. Really appreciate you stopping by and chatting with us.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you both. It was good to see you.
Good seeing you. We're at 3-2 here. 15 love. Holden Coons serving. They're up a break here at this juncture of the first set. Going back to more of a traditional setup here.
Yeah, that's interesting, Bill. Good comment. Nice pickup. Just a different look, maybe?
Different look. Forcing him. I mean, Elizabeth's up there. She's putting a little strain. I mean, Christian felt like he really needed to take a pretty strong angle with that backhand. It was a great serve by Coons, but it made it very difficult for him to get enough angle on that to keep it away from Elizabeth, and he, just ended up pulling it into the net. So comfortable lead here in this game. At 30 love, we'll see if they can continue to build on it. Second serve here. Again, Scotty poaching on that. And Mark, I think, we're seeing that Holden's effectively been using that kick serve with Paloma a little bit. It seems to be working well with him. That was another one there. And she's having trouble keeping that ball down. She's moving back to handle his pace, and then he throws that kick serve in, and unless you really can get up quickly, that ball's going to, kick up. And I'm sure I'm not down on the court, but I'm sure he disguises it very well, so you're really not too sure it's going to come.
Yeah. Bill, we hear a horn in the distance. Do you want to update the listeners what that means to us?
Usually what the horn means is that we're going to have a little bit of a delay due to a thunderstorm. There's been lightning report basically detected somewhere within, I think it's a 10-mile radius of the Country Club of York. So we're going to have a little bit of a delay in the action here. Frustrating to us. If we look out to the west, we clearly see some skies out there that are dark. Not really radar showing some signs of some thunderstorms over that way.
Lightning break. Hopefully this passes quickly. We're 25 minutes from the last lightning strike, so we'll update as we go.
So we have a delay. Delay will be at least 25 minutes here. Very disappointing to see that happen at this juncture, given how smoothly the tournament's gone up to this point. So
the players will look for some shade and some respite, and we'll scroll through again our sponsorship information, and we'll be back in approximately 25 minutes, maybe a few minutes less than that now, probably something in the neighborhood of 2:15.
I'm Rocky Blyer. You know, as a veteran and former NFL athlete, I know staying healthy and partnering with your doctor is important. That's why UPMC for Life offers 5-star Medicare Advantage plans that provide excellent dental, vision, hearing, and prescription benefits. The UPMC for Life Flex Spend Card gives you up to $1,000 additional dollars for your health care. Your healthcare dollars, your choice. Get in the game. Call today for free information.
Rutter's is made for you. Order ahead with our mobile app. We are your morning stop. Your quick lunch break. Your last-minute dinner plans. And your late-night snack. Rutter's. Why go anywhere else?
Today, there may be feelings of despair, anxiousness, or maybe it's even become worse.
Relationships seem unattainable, unrealistic, and the light at the end of the tunnel, that burned out a long time ago.
But tomorrow could be different. Tomorrow could bring hope.
Hope in your situation.
Tomorrow could bring healing.
Healing within yourself and the relationships you share.
And tomorrow could bring wholeness.
Wholeness to the person you are, and wholeness to the life you experience.
Let's take a step toward tomorrow
by seeking help today. At WellSpan Philhaven, we want to help you live a well-balanced life.
Our more than 300 highly credentialed therapists and doctors care for the whole person.
Mentally, physically, and spiritually.
For over 65 years, WellSpan Philhaven has provided a safe place for people facing behavioral and mental health challenges.
As part of WellSpan Health, WellSpan Philhaven will continue to provide patient-centered care in new and better ways. With more than 27 locations in Dauphin, Lancaster, Lebanon, York, and Adams counties, we're here to help you find hope, healing, and wholeness.
Together.
Today.
Tomorrow.
we're putting it down. Sorry. No, I mean, I actually figured that was the rule.
You have a 5-minute warm up, and then he'll be serving 40 love first serve.
3-2.
3-2. Ladies and gentlemen, the players will have a 5-minute warm-up. At the end of the warm-up, Holden Coons will be serving 40 love at 3-2. Three minutes.
Take them up, please. Sorry. Do one more. Oh yeah.
Two minutes.
Oh gosh, sorry. Sorry.
One minute.
After a long lightning delay here, we're back at the Groft Charity Classic. When we interrupted play, we were in the middle of the first set. Coons and Scotty with a lead 3-2. Holden Coons serving with a 40-love lead. And that's what we'll be picking up here in a minute or two. never really had the rain that hit the courts here, but within the area there was lightning, and basically when that gets detected, play is interrupted here at the Country Club of York. So we'll be back in action soon. I think the weather forecast looks good unless we would have a pop-up thunderstorm. Hopefully we'll be able to take this match to its completion and crown the winner of the 2024 Groft Charity Classic. So far it's been a hotly contested battle. Coons and Scotty got a break early in the first set on Paloma's serve, and they've been able to hold serve throughout the first set so far, so that'll be where we pick up here, Mark.
Yeah, so he just called time. The judge just called time. We're 40 love. Holden serving, and we'll get right back into it. They have the break, as you said.
Holden
It's 3-2.
Serve at 40 love.
And we'll get right back in. So they're hopeful of 1 point, driving to a 4-2 lead. But let's see as we get right back into it.
And we've talked often about the importance of consolidating the break, and I really felt like Coons and Scotty were really finding their game there as that delay came, and they finished that point off very quickly. Scotty again showing her outstanding net play, puts that overhead away very easily. We're at 4-2 in the first set. Again, now we have Paloma serving. They were successful in breaking her the first time out. We'll see if Coons and Scotty can come out here strong and really take total control here of the first set.
This is a must-have game for Paloma and Christian. Really
nice
good
second serve.
Great
there.
second serve. We're into a baseline rally. I'm not sure that's where Paloma wants to be. She, again, we saw that before we went to the break where she mixed it up. She chose to go down the line and break that rhythm, and all 3 of those points have been unsuccessful for them.
Again, Scotty with a finishing volley there. She's been very solid at net. We've seen that throughout the tournament so far, Mark.
I guess one of the questions, if I'm in that baseline rally, Bill, will Paloma look to maybe mix it up, use a little bit of slice, maybe a little higher top spin ball, almost a lob, try to mix it up a little bit. That straight on ground stroke for ground stroke is not where she wants to be there. Elizabeth gets a look at a second server.
It's not a situation that she wants to be in. She doesn't want to, seem to want to, get in that baseline battle. Again, looks like she slipped a little bit on the line there. And
what we are seeing again, though, we talked about at the beginning, the returner serve for Holden and Elizabeth, very, very strong. They're not giving those points away, forcing the server to do something. And stress points here were love 30.
Holden basically taking, that serve kicked up to his forehand. Player at the level of Holden's going to definitely take that ball and drive it. He had a very easy drive down the line. Again, a reminder to Christian to stay home, and it was a good time to implement that.
Triple break point, Bill.
Christian going for the volley back
Coons and Scotty lead 5 games
in front of Elizabeth. He nets it, and very quickly with 5 straight points, we go from 3-2 to 5-2, and we have Elizabeth serving for the match so far.
For the set.
Serving for the set, and so far I don't believe that she's been broken in the tournament.
No.
And with Holden's activity at net combined with the strength of her serve, it's made it very difficult on their opponents so far in this tournament. And we'll see if that manifests itself here as they try to close out the first set. We have a slight breeze going now, coming into our face. So Scotty will have that breeze in back of her at this point. Again, going to that Australian setup, making it very difficult on the returner based on the strength of her serve and Holden's activity. They're not going to know whether he's going left or right. It closes the window for making a really solid return.
Love 15.
Double fault there. Not the start they were looking for. Basically in this discussion in the back.
Elizabeth served very well on this side into the backhand side. Let's see if she's able to bounce that in again. Yep. Creates a great opportunity for Holden. Quickly 15 all. She's hit that small little corner of that box on the ad side, Bill, a number of times. Again, I think I talked about it before the break. We could draw a small circle around where her serves are on that ad side.
Yeah.
Very, very effective.
Very, very effective so far.
Holden continues even on the second serve to play well off the net. Well, I'm sorry, the line.
There he goes to cover the line.
30,
Good
15.
second serve by Scotty, and they have a 30-15 lead here, up 5-2 in the first set. We'll see if they can close it out. Boy, that was close. I thought she had it.
Yeah, they're just wide, I guess. She again sits a small little box in that corner. She is all over that corner. 40-15. Serving very well.
And Christian and Paloma really having a tough time getting out of the box here early.
Yeah, to your
after
point
that
earlier.
rain delay, Mark.
Yeah. So it's, again, not that we're tracking points per se, but out of the gate, 8 out of the 9 points for Scotty and Coons.
And there's the first set.
Made that look very, very easy.
Coons
We
and
went from
Scotty
3-2 to 6-2 set
6-2.
over in a blink of the eye.
Yeah. Coons and Scotty going to take a little bit of a breather over there, and Christian and Paloma, they're like, let's just play. Let's go. They're like, we've had enough time here to
Yeah, we've
take
been
a
sitting
break.
a while.
So we'll start the second set here with, I believe, Christian serving.
Yes, that would be the expectation. They have the choice, but we would certainly expect that.
Brief break. We're having a little bit of a check on the net. No change there.
Bit of a Hoosier moment there. Let's get the tape
Yeah.
measure out, make sure the court specs and the net are at the right spot.
Absolutely. One of the classic movie moments.
Okay, start of the second set, Christian and Paloma serving.
Very important that
They have
get
to
a
win.
good start here.
Yeah, they have to win this game. They have to hold here.
Great return by Holden.
Really good second serve. Better return. Holden choosing to be almost at the baseline. Now going to move up on the second serve.
He needs really a step inside the service line.
Love 30.
Wow, now we're at what, 10 out of 11 points? Or
Yeah, danger zone already right out of the gate here in the start of the second set. Christian and Paloma have not found their legs.
And it's interesting how,
And now we're on triple
you know,
break
just a
point.
rain delay, how, you know, it not only changes matches in this particular case, but, you know, we've seen it happen a number of times, you know, even on the professional circuit. So different teams come out of rain delays in different ways, and nice get there by Scotty, pushes that right back to the baseline. Oh my goodness.
15-40.
He's got a flair for the dramatic, doesn't he? Unbelievable shot. His creativity, we've seen it throughout the weekend, his creativity and skill is at a very, very high level. Again, not at all surprised that he would have been a hitting partner for a top-level player like Novak Djokovic.
Great serve there.
We see, you know,
it's
kind
funny how one shot can maybe change the momentum.
Yeah,
here
we'll
a
see.
little bit.
It
We'll
was
see.
kind of, I would submit to you, a bit lackadaisical in the first 3 points, and after a terrific shot there, now all of a sudden a great ace, and you're 30-40. Still break point for Scotty and Coons. Deep there. Elizabeth's going to get a look at a second ball. Let's see if she gets a look and decides to go down the line. Serve is deep, and the break is submitted again.
Game, Coons and Scotty. First
Two
game,
unbelievable
second set.
shots mixed around a couple of loose points, and they have a break. He's hit a couple shots I haven't seen, Bill.
Yeah.
Ever in
Ever.
this weekend. The half volley tweener at the net, and then that shot right there on a lob off the line. Let me hit a mini serve winner going right back at you. And Coons and Scotty pocket the game, which is the most important piece.
Right. Now they have a break in the pocket as well as that first set, and it could allow them to play with a little more freedom here. We'll see what happens. Holden Coons to serve to lead off the second set here. They're choosing to stay on the same sides. At this point in the late afternoon, Mark, the sun really not going to be an issue out here.
Yeah. We're still
we saw it be a factor in the semifinal match, the second one, with the sun being right in the base.
Call is wide. Holden is looking low 15. Yeah, to your point on the weather, and the shade won't take effect for another hour, so should not be an impact to the match. Holden continues to really go after that second serve in a big way.
Again, he hit that kick serve there to Paloma. She's had some trouble handling it. I think he thought he hit that one on the line. It looked pretty good to me, too.
15
Christian
all.
tried for the down the line, but drove it deep.
We're at 15 all. Christian missing that shot. You know, they really can't be giving points away at this point. They got to be keeping the ball in play. And
you wonder, too, again, with all the tennis they played this morning, if it's not, they're looking for shorter points, not longer.
30-15.
as we talked about, those what we call them free points, but that, you know, basically having a good serve, you know, has given Holden the opportunity, Holden and Scotty the opportunity to win some very easy points, you know, without a lot of effort. So now we're at 30-15 after 2 service returns were missed in a row. Make that 3.
Great serve.
15.
So Coons and Scotty really here kind of steamrolling at this point. Since the rain break, we've really seen, you know, them pretty much dominating this match. Again, Holden goes with that kick serve out wide, and
Scotty lead 2 games to low, second set.
I just thank God he's not hitting that one to me. A very difficult serve, because as a left-hander, as that ball hits over there near the sideline mark, it's going to kick to the right, away from the player. In her case, a left-hander kicking into her backhand.
And that's 5 straight games if you're counting at home. 2-love second set. Must-win game here. Baseline rally. Paloma pulled out of that a little early again.
Yeah.
And first point goes against. They've got to find a way to get this game, Bill. 3-0 with the
Down
way that
2
Elizabeth,
breaks with Elizabeth's serve coming up.
Yeah, with the way that Elizabeth and Holden are serving, it's all hill to climb.
I mean, this match could get out of hand in a hurry.
Now we get into a little bit of a baseline rally. No,
easy put away
right
for
there.
Holden. Elizabeth again.
She created that pace
being
off the
very
backhand.
consistent from the baseline.
Yeah.
Strong ground strokes back there. Yeah, Coons and Scotty really have kind of come back re-energized actually a little bit here. I thought their start was a little bit flat, but I'm definitely not seeing that now.
Believe that landed in as well.
Wow.
Paloma thought it was going to go deep. And we're on triple break point, Bill.
That's just too good.
Fantastic shot.
Game, Coons and Scotty.
As we've seen over the years with
lead 3
Elizabeth,
games to
she's
love.
just such a
Second set.
terrific player. She creates such a differentiation versus the other female players in the tournament. They're sitting 3-0, Bill. 2 breaks in hand. Elizabeth coming out of the changeover will be serving, and they've taken total control of this match with 6 straight games in very short order.
And Paloma and Christian, the body language has not been what it was earlier in the match. Definitely, you know, a different team that came back out here after the rain delay.
Yeah.
Now they're faced with another tall task. Coons and Scotty looking to again consolidate what would be a second break and putting themselves in a really dominant position to close out this match, Mark.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're at 3-0 in the second set. Scotty serving.
Serve was deep.
Serve was deep.
Call was a little late. Paloma gets a look at a second serve. Elizabeth pushes that long like she did in the last service game that she had. She'll take the end result of that game, though. It turned into an easy hold.
And, you know, at this point, it's, you know, difficult to keep your focus. You're up 2 breaks. You're on cruise control.
Great serve.
15-all.
At this point, really, we're not seeing a lot of resistance from Christian and Paloma. Just can't seem to get their momentum back here, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, all the momentum is on the defending champ side.
Wait, please.
Second serve. Again, Holden Coons being very solid at net. Paloma choosing not really to get involved in a baseline battle.
The crispness of that volley at the net.
Yeah.
It's just so sharp. It's there's no hesitation. The ball's coming to me. I'm going to put this away at your feet.
And one of the things I've always noted about Holden's volley, just has that slight knee bend, you know, so he's taken away the possibility of an error. He's, you know, making his consistency much higher. Good return there. But Paloma unable to basically make that volley. We're 40-15, I believe, and
1 point away from 4-0.
Coons and Scotty continuing to roll here. After our Elizabeth and Elizabeth in the semifinal, I've gotten into the Coons and Scotty as opposed to Holden and Elizabeth. Paloma pulling that one wide.
Game, Coons and Scotty.
And they are rolling at this point at 4-0. 7 straight games coming out of the break, Bill. There's just nothing good happening on Christian and Paloma's side right now. Let's see if Christian can get something going with a hold of a serve here.
Time is running out.
Great serve.
15-love.
Again, the skill level is significant.
Love.
Another excellent serve, an ace there. Christian
Wait, please.
Pulling it all out at this
Ball gonna
point.
be okay? Okay. (30-15).
No holding back at this point on those serves, is there?
We're seeing a little all or nothing
all
out
or
of Christian
nothing is
here.
exactly what I was getting ready to think to myself. It's all or nothing. I'm going to hit this as hard as I possibly can.
I expect more of it on the second serve here. That's a great serve.
Fantastic serve.
40-15.
He does things with a tennis ball that I am not able to do.
See if he goes for that wide angle again. Nope, this time up the middle.
Let first serve.
40-15, Bill. Love 4, second set. Coons and Scotty set in hand. Another fantastic serve. And they get the easy hold
Game
to
to
get on the board
Guevara,
and break that momentum a bit.
Coons and Scotty lead 4-1, second set.
So we'll come back here. Coons and Scotty will be up a double break with Holden Coons serving. Potentially, if he wins that game, it'll take him to 5-1. And that will be a very difficult hill for Paloma and Christian to climb. We'll see if they can again consolidate the double break. Match moving very quickly at this point. Here on a late on a Sunday afternoon after a long weekend of tennis. A lot of the crowd hanging on here, Mark. Our rain delay, I believe, had to be well over an hour.
It was. Lightning delay.
Excuse me, lightning delay.
Really good serve
15 love.
by holding up the middle. Sets up an easy put away for Elizabeth.
Love.
(30 love).
Again, Coons and Scotty continuing to be in total control here, Mark. I really, at this point, I'm wondering, I think it's just a matter of how long this match will go on. It's been total domination since the lightning delay, and I just don't see anything happening that's going to change their ability. Again, Holden going for that kick serve,
just wide
wide to her backhand. See if he hits it with the second serve.
That's a really difficult ball there, Bill. High and heavy.
Yeah.
On the backhand.
A difficult play for Paloma when that ball kicks up like that. You know, she's really got to kind of move in and take that lower if she's going to have any success with it, and she's really been struggling with that in this match. Holden again trying to go wide to that backhand. It's kind of where he's been this game. We'll see if he changes course here after the let serve and tries to blast an ace up the middle to close out this game. No, he stays wide. Again, it's good enough. And we're at 5 games to 1 here.
Coons and Scotty lead 5-1, second set.
1 game from the championship.
1 game from the championship. And certainly from what we've seen, every match we've seen them play here over the last 2 days, Mark, certainly they would be deserving champions here. They've really been the class of the field.
(15 love).
Christian with a little bit of a loose volley, got away with it. I don't think Elizabeth expected to have the opportunity to even get a racket on that ball.
Oh,
great
try.
try. Good hustle there by Paloma, but
good hands by Holden. Didn't do much with it, but he got it back in play. One more ball, as we've talked about.
One more ball. Paloma on the run there. Tried to play the ball behind Holden and just pushed that ball a little wide. So we're 15 all here. Again, look for him to go. Just too good.
15-30.
2 points from the championship. They continue to put a lot of stress on Paloma's serve. And Bill, we are at double match point.
Christian missing a relatively easy volley there that really I think all he needed to do is keep it on the court. But we could be coming into a close here very soon. And that should do it. Coons and Scotty again, our champions. Dominating performance here, Mark, and
6-1
in the match with a 6-3, 6-1 victory, and they only dropped one game since the lightning delay. You know, very dominating performance. All I'll say is it's been a pleasure to see these two play this event together. Multiple times that they've won it. I think it's the 5th championship that they've had here.
And Kevin's printing out the checks right now, but as soon as, before he does that, I just wanted everybody to know the benefit of all these sponsor signs up here. These are the people that care very seriously about their community. And from our longtime sponsor, UPMC Health Plan, who's the presenter for the last 7 years, the whole way across the board with WellSpan, Highmark, Rudders, Sides Wealth Management, Gladfelder, Stevens and Lee, and you see all the rest. A lot of them are members here at the country club, and one thing all that says is that they care. And you know, to deal with the use we have of the opioid crisis in York, that's what it takes, along with a lot of great players, a lot of individual members who empty their pockets out and do the match program, along with WellSpan and Stevens and Lee. It's been extremely successful. Our gross dollars at this point in time are somewhere around $107,500 at this point, which is just amazing. So thank you everybody for being here and supporting this. We have a lot of friends up here in the tent. We have thousands more on YouTube, of course, and the Facebook Live. We just had a great 2 days. Sorry about the late delay, but you know how that is. At least we only had it at the very end. And finally, thanks to the staff of the Country Club of York. What a great job they've done for 2 years with all the tents, the drinks, the food, and everything they do every day. We really appreciate it a lot. So again, thanks to them as well. The staff with Nate and his staff here, they do just a great job too. You see them running around, playing as well, and being in the tournament, and then just taking care of the courts the best around. So a big hand for them as well. Thank you, Nate and staff. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Nate.
All right, guys, we had some amazing tennis this weekend. It was fun to watch this final. Everyone played super well. I would like to thank Russ, our official, first off, walking around here collecting balls. Thank you for Russ. Our runners-up, Christian Guevara and Paloma Escobedo. Thank you.
Whoa!
And this is four-time now. Four-time champions? Four-time champions, Elizabeth Scotty and Holden Coons. Great playing. Thank you everyone coming out to watch this event. We look forward to seeing everyone again next year. And here's Kevin Mayer, Chair.
Everybody, thanks for coming. Mike thanked everybody. And I just wanted to follow up and thank our committee. I wanted to thank our committee. I'm not going to name them all because I'm going to forget somebody. But they know who they are and they don't need recognition, but they've done a fantastic job for the last 10 years. And I was fortunate enough this year to be asked to be the chair, which is an honor. This organization is definitely important, not just for the community. It's very special to me as well. It really helped me in my recovery. So it's a great cause, and I hope everybody comes out next year and supports it. I think our total is going to be over $108,000 this year, which is phenomenal. I'm not sure how much they're going to get after expenses, but that's a big number. So I really appreciate you coming out and supporting us, and look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.
William, you want to sign us off for again this year?
I guess we're going to be signing off here. Another outstanding tournament, Mark, benefiting a just a terrific cause. And we've seen some great tennis here this weekend. We have deserving champions, Holden Coons and Elizabeth Scotty, with another dominating performance here at the 2024 Groft Charity Classic. Thanks to all of you that tuned in, and it's been a pleasure being with you this weekend. My thanks to my partner, Mark Wheeler.
Bill, always a pleasure.
And with that, we're going to sign off, and thanks very much. Good night now.